You need to have your talk with the elder.
Okay, so the elder came back.
Yeah, the elder came back, checked out the place. Since we did some upgrades, went up and down, and a few other things, we got 10 points to utilize. So that was really nice. Both Casey and I got 10 points, 5 from offense, 5 from defense. And
Nice.
yeah, now it's time to show off your new offensive capabilities, especially with your sword energy and your new path with the sword you've been working on.
Gotcha. Just for timing's sake, did she show up at the beginning of the 2 weeks, the middle?
So we did our stuff after that fact. We did, yeah. It was, yeah.
Gotcha. Then let's start there. So points for the group already been decided. So just offense and defense. Here. I'll go ahead and use my poison sword for this, just for the simple fact that hey, this is the sword that I use, but I'm using only the sword energy for this as a measurement of hey, this is how good you've gotten with the sword.
Yeah, just write down like your sharpness you get and your sword energy you have. If you have any reinforcements that would affect it, and then just do your damage roll. If you have martial art that you could apply with it as well, you can use that too. You know, give Matt a good hit.
Let's see. All the way down. Sword training. I need to actually read some of this. Yes. On a side note, how was last week?
It was pretty good. Just kind of did our thing.
Yeah.
You gotta get your test on, and we'll get you caught up. So, I don't think you guys did much. It was what? Just made a bunch of rolls for 3 weeks. No, 2 weeks, 3 days. I think that's as far as we went.
Gotcha. It looks like that was within that last session period.
Get the elder back. Bloop. Bloop. Gotta take your test, homie.
Indeed. I'm trying to see just what I have. Okay, so I got through stage 4, the Path of the Sword. And was getting through stage 5. I did complete, but I know that needs a tier 2. And I was getting to tier 6. When that happens, there, that's the last thing that I did. Okay. Oh, okay, I guess that was from the Gestalt roll, so uh, definitely got the Pure 5 out.
You guys still here? Yeah, okay.
Yep. You on your phone by chance, William?
Me?
Yeah.
Let me check to see what
I
Because
think
microphone I
it's
have.
your webcam mic is probably on now instead of your normal mic. So yeah, check your device settings.
it's kind of
Not normal.
Yeah,
it's not normal. It's a bit muffled. The gains is weird, and I'm having a hard time hearing.
apologies.
No, just it's not your normal microphone.
How about now?
Still the same.
Yeah.
Click your Windows 11, right?
No. 10.
Windows 10 still? Okay.
Yep.
You should be able to right click on uh your little speaker guy and then just go to sound settings or for your mic, and you should see from there, like, if you could also just type here to search, go mic.
Um, currently Discord.
Discord could also have
Here,
it too.
hold on a second. Is that any better?
Kinda. So talk a little bit more.
Test. Can you all hear me? Is this better? Is this worse?
I want to say it's better. Did you go into your settings and you kind of swap it over?
Nope, I turned off my fan.
You turn off your fan. Interesting.
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure if that was the culprit there.
You know what? I think you sound normal again. What do you think, Matt?
Say again. So speak again.
Test. Can you hear me? Is this
Yes,
okay?
there we go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that sounds better. Yeah.
Gotcha. All right.
Yeah. I was afraid it was like last time, but it definitely was not as last time. Anyway, continue. Go.
Um, with getting up to stage 5 of the sword art, I'm trying to see and write down everything as a bonus that I get. And because I've never actually used it yet, I've all just gotten the training and got there, but haven't tried to swing at anybody yet. You strike
Right.
it with the sword, they take a -10 to defend.
Hit the sword with the sword. With the sword with the sword.
You reduce penalties to parry with a sword by your weapon skill bonus divided by 2 times 10. Gain stalwart X, parry impenetrable. Weapon skill bonus times divided by 2 times 10. Okay. Prowling sword pass. Accumulated. Gain fatigue. Stalking sword path. So far, from what I can tell, I don't gain a bonus anywhere on these. So yeah, we just hit with sword. Sorry. Yeah, sword. Hit. We'll full aim this. All out attack because it's what we do. No other modifier. And now scroll down. Woo! I hit with the sword. And I put through only sword energy and my sharpness and
So how much sharpness do you have?
that's the thing, I'm not entirely sure.
So your sword is written down in
Tier 2,
sanctuary notes.
yeah,
Not that sword cradle. Sorry, that's where the swords are.
I believe I have a tier 2 relic, sword cradle.
And I actually don't see yours in there. That's updated. Interesting. Now I'm the one that's making things difficult.
I believe this is what I have. Copy, paste. +1 sword energy to user while wielded, +1 sharpness to user while wielded, lethal edge quality against
That's it.
swords of a lower tier,
Yep.
unassailable quality against swords of a lower tier, add your 10% of unique eaten as flat damage. I'm guessing that's unique eaten poisons. +1 felling per unique, esoteric, and other rare poisons. Devastating from the +1 devastating from the line delusions and 5 grandeurs. Max cultivation tier for color rank info no more or influence. Okay. No more
Yeah, you need to
influence can
be.
be gained from color
Yeah.
rank. Gain a sword catalyst from the experience. Okay. Sword fog is placed near a door in a room. A poison fog will seep under the door into the room behind it with a toxic value equal to 1% of your poisons known. Your poisons know times the sword tier. This is not harm allies. Okay. So, as far as I know, I have +1 sharpness. I have no idea how sharp my sword quality is at this time.
So it should just be one from your
Just
sword.
okay.
Uh,
All right. One good sharp. And okay, so jubilant edge, breakthrough, new achievement, path forward, the weight of shackles of doubt and expectation have fallen away, joy, freedom, exaltation. Just first breakthrough of the sword, a place where only those who are meant to wield the sword can go. When you attain minor and major sword realm, you gain additional benefits beyond the norm. You strike at target with a sword. They take -10. Except for the felling +1 or +1 to felling if they parry or are hit. Minor gain +1 sword key, martial insight. Major gain a sword energy, martial enlightenment for swords, with sword key and 0.5 gestalt. Now, I thought that, what was it? I got up to tier 5, but I hadn't activated it or something. Like I hadn't gotten the catalyst for it. Unless the tier 2 sword was that catalyst, and then I do have it.
I mean, did you choose to? I suppose, but this is your time to use it from that catalyst there.
Okay. Um, I'm not sure what our catalyst was, or if it's just the sword itself.
So yeah, the Evo was just the catalyst. I think the only other thing you were missing was the enlightenment aspect.
Understood. Uh, then, I will go ahead and use this as a way to uh, creating the enlightenment if I can. Otherwise, if it's not really enlightening to strike at the elder, then
No, you
okay,
hit the sword they hold out.
okay. Then let's go ahead and just do the damage. Management gears. Okay. Damage. Toxic 100, Yen Venom, 1 health state from Yen Venom, 9 delusions, 5 grandeurs, has stacking health state damage. So any other thing in the notes? I believe. Wabam! I don't know how the Elder will react, but that's what I got. Huh! Lice. Does the Elder say anything?
Now block or
Oh,
defend
right.
yourself. Hey, yeah.
Uh, to him, technically, the thing that I'm going off of is parrying. No bonus. Not the best roll, but okay.
So before you finish this, is there anything else you want to do besides just doing the same thing you did last time?
I mean, isn't that the measurement that we're supposed to do is to say that we got better at it?
Did you get better at parrying?
Like 1 stick?
Is there any other abilities or anything else you might have gained during this time?
The whole thing I do is parrying. That sword form.
Okay, the flowing sword.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
What is involved? Oh, where the heck is sword form at? There's 8. Flowing sword, there it is. Okay. Okay. After a successful parry, if you have 10 or more DOS in the opponent's attack, and you may make a weapon skill test with a -50 penalty to guide the attacker's attack to an adjacent target. This target must be viable. Okay. Um. Okay. Awkward response. Successful parry if you have 5 or more DOS. 9 or more. 3 forming sword strikes. Part of a... What is HA standard attack?
Half action standard attack.
Oh, okay, gotcha. 3 more dice. From what I can tell, nothing is going to trigger with only 2 DOS.
Why not extra effort?
Where extra effort, one of the moves? No. What do you mean by?
Do you remember the extra effort talent you have? Every key used gives a +5. You can use it up to your willpower bonus.
Oh.
I was just trying to think of more ways to give yourself more degrees and give yourself more points, or at least use all the things on your character sheet to your advantage. Is really what I was trying to do.
I do appreciate it because I will forget things quite a bit. And hang on a second. Now I'm just trying to look for extra effort to see. I'm just like, wait, what? Where is this?
Okay.
Journal. Advancement. I'm not sure if I actually have extra effort or if that's somebody else's.
Both Casey and I have it, and we've been using it. I don't know if you were there for that session, but I know you've used it in the past. So you might as well just write it down in your talents. Extra effort.
Understood. I do not have it written. Let's see. Scroll down. Special abilities talents. Oh, there is extra effort. Yeah. Well, bam, right there. Alrighty. Yeah. Let's see. Use key +5 to a roll up to willpower, which is 8. So I could get +40, which would make it 6, which would give me something to work with. How many? Let's see. Is sword key a thing? Or sharpness key? I don't believe I have sword key yet. Uh, as like a hey, that you can spend this, but if it's like all key, then
You're not at a stage where it's a resource pool.
okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Can I spend other key on this to make it work, or should it only be a sword
Well,
key?
well, for the blocking or attacking, if you're going to use key, you need a earthly style technique to use the key.
But using your extra effort, I think that was the question, Matt. Does extra effort have a certain type of key requirement? Is what he was asking.
Yeah, like if I'm trying to use key for this parry attack or this parry to parry, uh, will it require sword key energy, or can I use poison key to just say, hey, I'm spending this?
Extra effort's like the +5 to the roll.
Correct.
Yeah. Doesn't matter.
Okay. Then let's pump in some poison. I can use up to 8. We'll go ahead and use that. Use 9. The degrees of success turns to a 6. And then we go back to where was that sheet? Flowing sword. We can get an awkward repulse. Do 5 or more DOS than the opponent's attack DOS. Weapon skill test and -30 penalty from and make them fall prone. You can counter defend. This can counter defended with a free action defense or a split second defense. Okay. The 3 strikes, but a strike is not a parry. Already hit. Languid hurrying when you move in combat. When you move in combat, take the charge. GTFO maximum effort on your turn. Okay. Those are movements. Those are strikes. These are ripostes. Then I will try to hit her with an awkward riposte with 5 degrees of success.
Okay.
So I make a minus 30 weapon skill. See what happens. I still pass.
Okay, great.
Make them fall prone.
We try to at least.
Yeah. Technically, it says you may make a weapon skill at a -30 to trip them and make them fall prone. I succeeded. I believe then that it's just bam.
It
I'm
also
prone.
counts if you did what the previous one says, which is have 5 or more over their degrees of success, right?
Yeah. And I don't really know how that one would be measured. I believe this one's just like a training. I don't know if her degrees of success are exactly 0.
Good question.
I'm gonna go with the you get booped by the sword.
Oh. I thought I was doing good. All right. Yep.
No, keep trying.
Um.
Your physical attack is better, much better. I am starting to feel a little bit of weight behind your attack. Your defense is about as sloppy as before. Unfortunately. You don't necessarily have to block or parry if you're able to relocate yourself or, well, just dodge. That is acceptable as well. It's nice that you take the blow head on, but I don't see any improvement on your defense.
uh,
I'll give you the 5 points for the offense, but no points for the defense.
Good.
Do make some improvements on defense if you can, even if it's using basic earthly style martial arts, maybe even patch the 4 elements to create something to help you boost your defense.
Yes, master.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Elder's fine.
Elder. Yes, Elder.
So, you are very lethal, but helpless.
A spicy glass cannon.
Yeah, so we don't raise glass cannons here.
Stood.
For now. The imbalance is okay. At least you made some progress overall. That's very important. Alright. What do you want to spend your points on? You can also just hold on to them if you'd like.
What is there available?
I'm going to have you exercise your imagination.
Understood. Um, can questions be one of the things that we buy?
Yes. Well, answers to questions.
Hmm.
You can also, I suppose, purchase good questions. But then
Understood.
you would have to also buy the answers. Hmm. I suppose if you're desperate and you can't figure out a good question to ask, you could go down that route, but I don't think you've reached that stage.
How much is a sword kata?
A sword kata. Well, it depends on the kata. What did you think you had in mind?
Well, not certain. Still trying to figure out exactly what a kata is, other than form. I thought it was like a form of movement similar to a form, but
You're asking for a sword kata, but you don't know what they are.
a little birdie said recommended it.
Where's this birdie?
Uh,
I'm gonna have you think really
Around.
hard.
Out of character, it was recommended that I grab a kata, but I wasn't sure what a kata was.
Do you remember from who?
But
From
yeah,
me.
it was yeah.
Hmm?
It was just recommended to me. Like I saw ding on Discord, hey, you should probably grab this. And I'm just like, I don't even know what that is, but okay.
That's rough. But yeah. Uh, if you don't know where to start with it, I don't know how I could help you.
All good. The understanding of what a kata is, though, isn't that like a kata's a form, isn't it? Like its own, like, hey, here's 5 movements, and this is how you deal with something.
Think of it like a training exercise with your sword. Is one way to look at a sword kata. It's a warm up. It's a flow, a dance. It's a way to train yourself with the sword. Is my understanding of a sword kata. But in martial arts literature, it can also mean a lot more. Um, it can be the start of a foundation for your character. It could be um, it could be a type of stance that you can learn from and improve upon.
Hmm.
It's
Um,
something I thought of after session, and I thought, oh man, that would probably would have been a good ask, but I didn't, so I recommended it to you.
Understood.
But if you
Uh,
don't really know how to ask it, that's hard. But that's uh, the points, right? It's just kind of figuring out, and maybe that's something we can do for next time. If you don't want to ask it now, or maybe your question can be like, what is a sword kata? How can it's like Matt said earlier, what's ask for a good question.
You're gonna have to spend a protag point to undo that little slip of the tongue.
Okay. I mean,
You could choose to still say, "Hey, I want a sword kata," but saying a little birdie told me, this elder will get this information out of you one way or another, who this birdie is, and if it's meta knowledge, that could go pretty bad for your character.
understood.
Because that means somebody got in to the Sword Carnival and is talking to students in the isolated areas, which are managed by an elder.
Alrighty. Well, for now, we spin the protag point. It's the only one I got.
Okay.
And uh, hmm. Elder, if I ask for your recommendation, does that cost points?
No.
So if I requested a sword kata that you would recommend for me,
Well, do you even know what they are?
as far as I understand them, it's a form in sort of a few movements that'll take you from one position to another position at the end of it.
Yes, I suppose if you boil it down to the most banal explanation. Not quite. There's multitudes of sword katas that you could practice. The first type of sword kata is the preparatory sword kata. It is a series of moves for moving you. What's the term? Movements that flow into the next in a certain pattern. Usually, the preparatory sword katas are designed specifically for helping learn a very difficult technique, a sword technique.
Alrighty.
Sometimes you literally have to practice the movements in slow motion and get them down flawlessly for you to be able to perform it at all. Some individuals can just do it. Difference in talent and all that.
Understood.
Yep. The second type of sword kata is the energy gathering sword kata. It's a very long and grueling set of movements that go on for hours and hours and hours, sometimes even days. And all the while you're circulating energy and you're maintaining your auras of the sword. An endurance training, focus training, and it helps understand long-term use of energy. Helps you develop even more energy. So they're particularly good, but you guys aren't at a stage where you could practice energy gathering katas. You need to be able to actually use your sword energy, and you're not quite there. But that is what I would recommend once you have completed the basics. You won't be able to do it for very long, but do it until you can't progress or you run out of energy, and then take a break. And eventually you can build up your own sword energy again. There are other sword katas, but I'm not really sure if they're kind of niche.
Feel like I'm kind of niche as well.
Yes,
the end
but
of the day.
they're niche for a swordsman, not for the person.
Okay.
Hmm.
Also, just wanted to make sure. Casey wasn't gonna be here at all today.
No.
Okay. Sorry, I'm
Yeah,
just
this
like
is a primarily you session for catch up. Yeah. So
understood. I apologize. Alrighty.
you're fine, no worries.
So
Mm.
would your recommendation be, hey, maybe not look at Akata right now at my current stage?
Correct. The only other
Understood.
one I could possibly recommend is a visualization kata, and you have to have fought people before. So the kata, those katas have a series of movements that evoke a visualization of one of your fights that you've been in, and you're able to further hone your swordsmanship through that visualization. It's the only thing I recommend, but you're not going to be able to really practice those until you've completed the basics. But you can remember them for later.
I have a question. Well,
Mhm.
I have a question that I want to buy the answer to. Um,
Yes.
how many competitors are in the running with us?
Mm.
How many are left? Might be a better at that.
Overall, in the number of groups, each sector contains 10 separate groups. So I'm in charge of 10 of your groups. Now, that doesn't mean all of them are still alive.
Hmm.
2 of them failed to produce any members.
Kind of like our other cells, the ones
Yeah.
that were all empty. Yeah.
Yes. 2 of them did not produce any usable members. But their cells are still there, and we still have a sword cradle there for them. So if you're able to find that location, you can claim everything that they were supposed to inherit. The gifts were taken back, but the territory and the opportunities are still hidden within. Each
Good.
individual zone was curated, and not just the sword embryo or the isolation chambers. There are other surprises that are curated for each area, but they're there for the taking now, completely undefended. It's only time. Now, the downside is the embryos will most likely be destroyed in the upcoming end of 6 months, because the thing we send at each of the groups is still going to go there, and it'll destroy all the sword embryos.
When, as swordsmen, when are we allowed to explore and come across and choose to take, if we so choose, whenever we come across other sanctuaries? Well, I guess I didn't ask about that
Anytime.
answer. Anytime.
Mm-hmm. I'll charge you 1 for this, but I'll also give you a warning. That feeling of dread in the hallway, that's real.
Stood.
Now, if you like, you could purchase 1 piece of information in addition to your previous purchase. An addendum to that question.
What is the structure of the 10 bots?
What do you mean the structure? All of them are identical.
Are they all next to each other? As in
No,
circular? Okay.
no.
So they all look like this, but they're all in Random spots?
Correct. And determined by the stone.
Oh, right. We're in a mountain. I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm. It's the stone of the mountain, the extremely dense granite. So, if you know geomancy, you could gain a significant advantage. Because you just need to follow the density of the stone, and you can find other groups rather quickly.
Understood.
Mm-hmm. Would you like a... Because you kind of glossed over my offer. A piece of addendum information about your question to wander.
Yes.
Got your point, though.
Well, that was partially to figure out where things were. I wasn't sure if it was a nice, even setup, if we just had to walk in a certain direction and we'd find something, or. But now that you mentioned. Now that I remember that it's a mountain.
Well,
Mm,
do you want it?
yes, I do.
1 point then.
Who's in the lead?
Do you want my addendum, or do you keep asking questions?
I do want your addendum, but then you asked me
Then,
another question.
no. The addendum is you pay the point, and I tell you the information. But you keep asking new questions, so I don't know if you want it or not.
Yes, I do. Here's the points.
Okay. You can engage the fight against the creature well before the 6 months. If you walk down that hallway, you can fight it. If you win, you enter the second stage of training. But you can do so ahead of the other teams. Once you've defeated the monster, you'll be able to go about exploring the mountain. You can also prepare to assault one of the groups if they're waiting for the 6 months before the creature moves. If they fight the creature, you can then fight them immediately after if they beat it, which will probably exhaust them. And you can take over an entire new area. I don't believe you have enough people, but if you spare enough of them, you can pull them under your group. But that's only if you engage the creature early. Many won't. Most won't. If you go too far down the hallway and activate the creature well before you are ready, well, you get to fight it early, whether you like it or not. I recommend one of you completing your basic sword training. I very recommend it. You will not stand a chance if you haven't even mastered the basics.
Understood.
Yep. The next stage is exploratory. This is where you get to understand that there's other groups out there, potentially where their hideouts are, what type of swordsmen or sword scholars they have, their members, strengths and weaknesses. This is our simulation of what is called regional politics.
Mm.
Every region, whether a minor checkpoint or a major zone, has politics. Groups, sects, organizations, clans, families, businesses, all crammed in one region. And they do this naturally. They probe each other's capabilities, and they test their strength and weaknesses, seek cooperation with one another, seek alliances for mutual benefit, and it goes on and on and on and on. This is what you'll be simulating. But in this case, it'll all be the equivalent, instead of a diversified group of businesses and other organizations, it's all going to be sword schools. And 10 sword schools in the same region gets spicy, because all you do is pick fights with each other to prove whose sword school's better. So we're forcing violence upon you and conflict, but that is the only way you're going to grow as swordsmen. Because a sword without conflict is a sword without edge.
Chunpo nods. I understand.
Now, you can gain a significant advantage due to the unique composition of your group. And as they look over to your gold pile, your ample coffers.
Indeed. And
The downside is several groups that are desperate could form a temporary alliance to assault your stronghold to claim your wealth. In fact, many might do that, up to 3 or 4. And you'll be drowned in a tidal wave of amateur swordsmen. Imagine fighting 4 to 5 people per person.
and you want us to be proper swordsmen through all of this, correct?
What do you think my version of a proper swordsman is?
I think that somebody wants what I have and they're willing to try and kill me for it, then, well, you get all of me.
Not quite,
Or,
no.
oh, okay. Well,
That's just the path of the cultivator.
oh, all right.
That's just what it is to cultivate. You have the thing that I want. Die. Give me that. Oh, you have other goodies. Fantastic. Have you cultivated to a specific part in the path where your body doesn't immediately rot? Well, guess what? I'm also taking your body too. And I'm going to sell it so that somebody can either use it as a experimental material or they can use it as a puppet. If not, I'll leave your corpse where it is. Ew, it rots. That means he's cultivated basically not at all if your body starts to rot.
Understood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm
That's
glad
just a
we're,
cultivator.
glad we're on a semi-same page there.
As for swords, you haven't reached far enough into the basics to find out if your sword drinks or stays clean, but you will. Doesn't require you to take everything from the other person. Probably don't want to either. Kind of strange. Most people are filled with their own impurities, as well as their own Tao, which is not compatible with others. But killing them is nice.
Understood.
Yeah. To clarify, though, before we go down too much of a tangent, what it means to me to be a proper swordsman is to pursue the sword with a fixation and an obsession that cannot be compared to by others. It is a devotion to the sword. When you swing the sword, everything in front of you shall be cut. And if it isn't, it is worthy of your time and attention. For something that can resist your cut is quite special. I got it again just to make sure. Some things can survive once, but sometimes not twice. Sword Skull is a little different, but I'm no sword scholar. I suppose learn about the sword and all the stupid ways that it can be swung. I don't really care about that stuff. I care about the way I swing my sword. That's all. I am a swordsman, not a sword scholar. But
And when, well, I might not have the answer for this question, but... Or I might not have the points for the answer for this question, but... When it's just one sword school left, everyone is either conquered or joined.
Mm-hmm. And then you fight the other 3 sectors.
Oh, so there's 30. Understood.
No, it's 40. 10 in each. Remember, there are 4 elders, as I mentioned before, in charge of this. I'm in charge of this sector of the mountain. There are 3 other sectors. Once they have resolved their interconflicts, or the time limit has passed, now it's intersection combat. It is advantageous to unite your sector early.
And 2 of ours are completely dead.
Correct.
Right.
It is unfortunate that you don't have the personnel, but it also means you have more space before you have to engage in combat with others. Also means there's more resources that doesn't have to be shared. I have noticed that you have already started cutting out the space below and the space above. You have found some interesting resources, did you not?
It was. And also some interesting uh conditions of the
Indeed.
what was it, the high heat.
You might find, maybe not the same thing, but things of value in those areas, so to speak.
I thank you, Elder. What I guess what do you get? Or is this uh, is there a bonus to providing a strong sector lead? Like what happens with the 4 of us? Not the 4 of us. The 4 sectors, the last remaining. I guess really the answer is what do the winners get?
I won't charge you on this because it's going to be quite the stir, but not really something that we hide. First, you get to officially join the Sword Carnival as a troop. Your official
Okay.
members, which means you will have official identity badges, you'll be given official equipment, and you'll be allowed to participate in the carnival, either as performers or workers or a whole slew of different things. You'll be able to access missions and advanced teachings.
Understood.
Mhm.
Mm.
Doesn't mean you're a graduator, but you've met the bare qualifications to join the carnival.
You know, it's kind of effed up that you guys kidnapped us and then put us through this, but appreciate the all the goodies.
Well, think of these 2 things. First, you're in the Solicon sector, and one of their wise laws that they have is something called might is right.
Oh.
We're mightier than you, so shut up.
Well, I appreciate the teachings. Cracks
Yes.
neck.
And the second, you wanted to be a cultivator. People beg to be collected by us to have an opportunity to be here. Do you know how dismal it is on the path? how
Oh.
scoured and picked over it is, how full of impurities and filth it's become.
I have found much filth.
Yeah. Trying to find a proper methodology of cultivation is almost impossible now. The resources to do those techniques are gone. The only way you can cultivate now is with support, either by a martial ancestor or a group that's ahead of the path where there is still resources left. Zone 1, besides the forest, the deep forest, and the hidden places, taxed into oblivion. Everything that is easily accessible on the path is gone. You have to go into certain death to get anything of value, and you won't know what you're looking at. And the things you fight will kill you almost immediately because you strayed off the safety path, the safety area. It's very narrow, but what surrounds Zone 1 is the Dark Forest. It's disproportionately powerful for where it's located. Zone 2 has a bit more resources, but Zone 2 is basically a desert. It's already a barren landscape, and it's already picked clean by those who actually have a modicum of talent. Fortunately, it is so brutal, Zone 2, that most people die. So by the time we get people up in Zone 3, we actually can maintain our environment. And even if we were to strip mine it, it would take tens of thousands of years to do any real damage.
Do you
It's
have a
resource
question whether or not that the path has been tread too much?
Yes, and that's why there will come a calamity. There always is. We think this time it'll be a beast tide, led by a beast emperor.
These calamities, do they re-nurture the path?
No, they don't re-nurture, but they remove all the things unnecessary from it, and the path will recover on its own given time. But
Purge of the waste, then.
pretty much, yes. If you are insufficient as a cultivator and you're just living to live, you will be wiped out. Normal people too. That's what a calamity does. Only those who are prepared for the chaotic age to come, and people who are proficient cultivators, have a chance. Now, I mind you, a chance. That does not mean you will live. But it also means all the resources, the weaponry, items, teachings, everything that survives, well, it doesn't have an owner anymore. Isn't that nice? Everyone now can experience plenty. As long as you fight and kill for it. Beast Tide will be no joke. First things that'll hit the path will be a tidal wave of lower level monsters. And at first, it looks manageable. But then you have the 1,000 year spirit beasts, or demonic beasts, or whatever constitutes this tide, start walking in. And now, color rank cultivators are helpless, which are the bulk of cultivators. 1,000 year spirit beast of any variety, especially if it's a combatant type, will rip you limb from limb, and you will be helpless. The 10,000 years make pretty much everyone under Golden Core helpless. In fact, a single one of them can wipe out all of Zone 1. If it's a combat class. There will be hundreds of them. Zone 2 will hold out. I think all but Kazukao Khan will survive, will be wiped out. It's the only place sophisticated enough to actually fight back. They also have a contract with an actual Quetzalcoatl, the size of a mountain range, so I think they'll endure if they bribe it with enough effort. The
So,
100,000 years spirit
oh,
will
got it.
murder all the golden cores easily, but it's not a helpless situation. But if they come across one with a spirit bone, you're screwed. I'd say 1 in 1,000 of that variety has a spirit bone.
I don't make it back down here.
Yeah. And it goes up and up and up. The beast tide will wash over all the path. Now, I do mind that the paths are separate. Each have their own calamities on their own clocks. Cosmic Path will have theirs, but theirs is significantly more severe, but very, very infrequent. Like, really infrequent. Here on the Earthly Path, we would probably have 1 million of them before a calamity happens in space, because of the size.
Mm.
That doesn't mean the regions in the space path don't have their own individual problems, but I mean talking path-wide. Path of the
apologies. These spirit beasts arrive well
from the
before Riveth.
forest.
Oh, okay.
From the forest.
They've
No.
been around since before Riveth.
No.
No.
I
They
mean,
didn't arrive
look,
until Riveth.
they're different creatures. Riveth probably
Yeah.
had to deal with the calamities on her own. We don't know. We have no idea about that.
Understood.
But again, there's a big difference between calamities and God's eras. God's eras is when the entire universe collapses, all paths destroyed, all life destroyed. And after a long time, all that matter comes back together and bursts out into the universe again to remake everything. Happens, from what we understand, every 23 billion years. And each of these are called God's eras, because it even kills the gods. The rules of cultivation are different every time, from what we understand as well. So, yeah, it's a little different. We understand that there's also Martial Garden is the only consistency in all of the path. This little green orb in space. It's remade every time. It's different, but it's the only consistent variable. And upon it lie the earthly path, the heavenly path, and then the cosmic path figures itself out. Whatever it wants to do. Later comes the Hell's path, the underworld path, but only once the heavenly and earthly path have significantly developed. But Beast Tide, it'll wash over
Understood.
and get rid of all of Zone 1 and most of Zone 2 and a lot of zones. Actually, a lot of every zone on the earthly path. But of course, each group, the higher you are in zones, the more likely you're going to be able to survive it. Really, 1, 2, and 3 are going to be most affected. 4, 5, and 6 are. They're going to be not. They're not going to have an easy time, but they're not going to be pushed to the brink. In fact, a Beast Tide, if you're able to survive it, is a wonderful cornucopia, a buffet of experience, hardship, trial, and tribulation, an endless whetstone to hone your skills and capabilities. And then, when it's all quiet and you're still standing, you're the goat. And also, look at all those resources that you cut down and just are waiting to be harvested.
Hmm. It is humbling to see and think of what it truly means to cultivate one's strength and to cultivate one's life. Uh, there's been many thoughts through my head of what it means to follow my path.
Yes.
And yes, being the last one standing is also its own reward.
Indeed. Now, the interesting part, why we went on this little tangent. We did take you. We did take you against your will. But we also took you away from all the grime and the impurities and the path of the beggar, we call it. The path of nothing. Because there's nothing left. Zone 1 used to be beautiful. It used to be filled with opportunities and people walked. None of this flying carriage weakness. People walked from the very start, set up a little fortress so that they can figure out what the fuck is going on, which is the first place the academy, so to speak. And then they walked the path. And when they reached the desert, they noticed that it was different. And that was Zone 2. We still use the expeditionary titles. Checkpoint 1, Checkpoint 2, Zone 1, Zone 2. We don't give it grand names because we don't want you to stay. We don't want you to find, yes, I have found the grand city of the Cloud Monarchs. And you just love it there. That's not the path of the cultivator. You're not going on a pilgrimage just to find a spot to stop. The only time you take any prolonged stay in any location is there is significantly more benefit towards your cultivation than it is to move on. Once we get you all trained and you guys have conquered the mountain and everyone on it and formed a troop, we're getting you out. You can come back as long as the benefit outweighs the desire to go forward, the need to go forward. Bland names like a checkpoint should emphasize that it is just that. It's a checkpoint. Get what you can, move on.
Junpo gives a deep bow and a kowtow, and thank you, Elder, for the lesson in what cultivation is.
And we're glad to have you here. You are going to actually be somebody worth training. Your poison and the art specifically that you are learning, we, even the maestro, even considers that a worthy art. That is a real cultivation art. The downsides on it are so minimalized that it's rather impressive, even by our standards. Teaching you the sword will be very easy. Teaching you how to devour poisons, we're going to have to put in some effort to that. We're not too familiar, but we have resources and money. And I think if we throw enough of it at you, you'll figure it out. When?
I think so too.
Practice your sword, conquer this place. This place should be a stepping stone for you. Don't ever think this is the final destination. Being in my position as an elder, even I don't want to be an elder. But I've hit a part in my cultivation where I need to foster new talent for me to move forward, which is why I'm here. And I've taken on the elder title.
I appreciate the guidance and the opportunity, and will cultivate and will cultivate or be devoured, as that is my path.
As is your path. Do make sure you win in there as well. So, cultivate, win, or be devoured. Yeah, you got to make sure you get, winning in there, victory. Very important.
Fair enough. That is also the path.
You don't. Cultivation shouldn't just be losing.
I look over at Savalar.
He's still winning. It's not losing.
Gives you a big thumbs up.
Any further purchases?
I don't believe so.
Very well. Goodbye. And I just leave.
Woo. Papa Smoke. Right, okay, 2 weeks. I still have no idea what it means for the beginning. All I know is that I need to own my sword skill and want to cut everything. I've gotten to stage 5 and I'm still not entirely sure what they mean by the basics. And I guess I'm still at the basics. Sabala, do you have a moment to speak?
Sure.
I will relay all information that I got from the elder and preface that there's 2 spots that are completely undefended that we could grab if we choose to fight early.
Yes.
I kind of want to. However,
I think it's a
I'm
great
the
idea.
least.
There's 2 things we could work on for that. One is getting a landing pad for Midnight Sigh to help out with that. And 2, I need to finish off my Path of the Sword. Speaking of Path of the Sword, in about a week, I want you to come to the Sword Cradle, and I want you to ruminate on something for me.
Can do.
Okay.
Week. And we said landing pad was up, and we couldn't quite clear it out because of hard metals.
Yeah, I don't know about that yet. I
It's
mean,
like,
up is just going into the mountain still, right? So it's not like it's an open space that could.
yeah, no, creating the landing pad. If we have like an exit where we can get out, then I think it's. I have no idea how to create a landing pad inside a mountain.
We'll figure it out.
Now, the aspect of cutting things, I think that we could eventually get there if we just really swordsman it and obsessively figure out a way to cut the stone.
Well, I am good at breaking things, so maybe we don't need to cut it.
Maybe we need to poison the stone.
I don't know if that's going to work, but I like your idea.
Um, Feeling of dread is definitely a feeling. We can trigger it early if we go down the hallway. We can find things. We are one of 8 other groups who knows the mixture of strength or camaraderie that other groups have. They will have their own everything. theoretically, diplomacy is what we want to try and convince them with.
Oh yeah, especially when we find the Titan. Yeah, if we do find the Titan in our section, definitely diplomacy is the option for that. As I will be helping them with their tribulation when it comes down to it.
Oh wait, the lady that you fought from.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't realize she was here too. Cool. Forgot about that. Well, ready then. So 1 week. What the hell was I working on last? Uh, Matt,
Yeah, what's up?
I want to learn obsession. And let's see, Chunpo is going to go to the training room with his poison sword, and or I guess I'm actually going to go up. I'm going to go to the up with my poison sword,
You guys haven't
and
carved out a sufficient space yet.
yes, I'm
You guys
going to
got
try. I'm going to try and obsessively cut for a week. I have no idea if that's merit or if that is merit worthy, not merit worthy, not XP, if that actually will bear fruit or not.
You'll be able to make within the first day about 6 inches of progress, and another one of these will fall down. But you've reached a point where your sword is not able to cut through any of the those weird metal fragments. Um, based off of what the elder spoke of obsession and fixation, it doesn't have to be a particular like set of trial of practice. You can just swing the sword 10,000 times. Even for a superhuman like yourself, swinging a sword 10,000 times without stopping, it's hard. Most of the time, you'll weaken and tire. And if you want to take it a step further, try swinging 10,000 times the exact same way from start to finish. Eventually, you falter and start, using less energy, and your swings start to become different.
There's a saying, isn't there, Matt, of I do not fear the man who has swung his sword 10,000 times. I fear the man who has swung his sword the exact same way 10,000 times. Or done the one swing 10,000 times. Or
Right, yeah, I
something along
believe.
those lines.
I do not fear the man who's mastered 10,000 techniques of the sword. I fear one man who has mastered one technique 10,000 times.
Yeah. So the same kind
Yeah.
of situation with that. It's just, that's obsession.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
That's why the sword elder's like, I don't deal with I don't do the sword things. I do the swordsman.
understood. I think it was. Well, shit. I believe that Bruce Lee had said something similar. It's just like I don't fear the man who's mastered the 10,000 punch. I fear the man who's punched 10,000 times.
Yeah.
But yeah, yep.
We all have. There's so many different versions.
Yes.
They're all the same
Concept.
idea.
Yeah.
Very spooky.
It's like mastering normal swing.
Yes. Isn't it just? Literally?
Yep. Alrighty.
I've
Gonna
actually made
try.
that exact saying just that powerful, because once you have normal swing, if you don't have. Oh. Hello?
Yes. If you don't have normal swing, what?
It's almost impossible to block a hit from somebody who has normal swing.
Hmm.
Because he just says, I hit you. And you're like, I go to block. He still hits you. And you're like,
No, I said
ow!
I hit you.
Yeah. Doesn't mean he dealt a lot of damage, but he was able to make contact. That's the thing with normal swing. Like, say you deal a D10 damage plus your strength bonus, because that's the maximum you can do. But with normal swing, you can almost guarantee that you continually do the 1d10 plus strength bonus. Same with normal parry. I parry. Doesn't mean you successfully defended, but you parried it. You got your sword in front of it. But yeah,
Gotcha.
food for thought.
Gonna spend what rest of the week that I have then. I want Chunpo in the pursuit of obsession and pursuit of being able to cut. Sits down, meditates, dreams, meditates on what it would take to cut a planet in half. Because we're going for cosmic eventually, and sees everything that he feels is wrong with not just the path, but not so much just wrong things that he disagrees with, that the filth, the the certain levels of mentality, the understanding that to cultivate means to grow strong, which means to fight, which means to conquer or to be the last man standing. And to understands that he needs to be able to cut all other things down. Anything else, or anything down, really.
Cut that
And
bitch.
Hmm?
Cut that bitch.
Cut that bitch.
Yeah, bitch get
And
cut.
will spend a week with that mentality and just swinging the sword over and over. We're trying to do 10,000 to see, 10,000 in a row, see how well that works. I did gain something. Up. It's the last thing that I read there. Scroll. 2 strength reinforcement plus 25 fatigue threshold and in physical empowerment. So I do definitely have more fatigue now. 8 points movement fatigue. I have 41 fatigue now. Right. Okay. Let's see. Go back to gear, to poison sword, to hit. We're gonna do no aim because it's just. I'm gonna do standard attacks. No other bonus. This is the baseline. I actually failed it because, dang it. I didn't do any other bonuses, even though. Because it was montage, so I'm just like standard attack, no aim. We're just trying to swing the sword forever. But 91 target to swing. Did we want to have it be degrees of success equals to the 10,000?
No, it's a progress system.
Progress. Okay, so still 10,000 though?
Yep, for normal swing.
Okay. Normal swing.
Lyron learned the hard way when he was. He didn't have the progress machine going yet, where he stacked a crap ton of it all on top.
Can I call this the obsessive swing?
Nope, that'll come
No.
later.
Okay.
This is normal swing. Normal swing is normal swing.
Understood.
This is the beginning of your obsession.
Normal.
This is dipping your tippy toes into the cold water.
Normal
It's
swing
gonna be
training.
interesting to have 2 of our party members focus on Pinnacle. I haven't really decided which one of the 3 I'm going to go down.
Well, most of which, here's the hard part with this module, Johnny. Most of the stuff that you guys pick up are all pinnacle.
Yeah.
It doesn't preclude you from having a domain or a divinity. It's just way harder to pick those up.
Yeah.
Char in the other game has gained divinity.
Oh, cool. Nice.
But that was through an incredible amount of effort.
Mhm.
John is a pinnacle user through and through, and he is a disgusting level of pinnacle. Like he's gone down that deep dark hole. No one's gained a domain yet, but that'll be hard won. Even if you focus on it, it'll be very difficult to pull off, and that's why the influence missing makes picking up any of the triangle of power really difficult to do, because influence isn't there. It's not a guarantee once you hit 50 influence.
Yeah.
But you can pick up all three technically.
I have no idea what you mean by the pinnacle or divine or.
Would you like me to explain?
Yeah.
Well, I kind of understand the idea of the pinnacle because that's what Casey has with normal swing, normal punch.
Or normal parry.
Yes.
Okay, so I've come up with a weird system a long time ago to help represent higher concept level, even narrative powers. And it boiled down to 3 archetypes. The first one to come out was domain. There's multiple varieties, but it really boils down to 3 types. One is the weird one where it doesn't follow any of the rules, but it's really niche. The second one is personal domain. You are a master of yourself and anything you can that is anything in arm's reach, but no further. But you're a master of that space. Third is area type. You project territory control. Everything in that territory, you have a significant advantage. Different from the personal one. The personal has significantly more power and control over their mastered area because it's so small. It's arm's length, no more. Sometimes with the sword, it's sword length, which is why having a weapon is really powerful because you can increase the range of that mastery of control for domains. Area, Johnny's done area before. Fucking unbelievable with Kroko. You project an effect or an influence or what your domain is about into that area, and people have to deal with it. It's like an aura. Step into my sphere, I dare you. And if you don't, I will take a step forward, and now you're in my sphere. That was the first one. It kind of delineated how powerful you were. If you didn't have one, you were in a world of hurt. You were really behind. There was a lot of power that you were missing out on. And if you did, you were competitive. Players pursued gaining one of these domains with reckless abandon.
Think of it like this, Chungpo. Sorry to interrupt, Matt. Just for clarification,
No, go for it.
Think of it like someone being a realm higher than you. If like you had a domain and they didn't, you were pretty much a realm higher than they were, and they couldn't do anything about it.
Major
realm. Yeah, major realm. Yeah, they just there was no way to stop them unless you had something of similar nature to fight back. So, yeah. Anyway, continue, Matt.
Next game out was Pinnacle. Pinnacle is an expression of a mastery to a specific level. Usually, to even begin gaining a pinnacle, you have to have mastered something. Not just the 4 skill check marks, but the mastery 5th check mark. But certain players wanted to take that even farther. Mastery was insufficient for what I wanted to do. If I had a technique that says slash, and I've mastered it, how far can I take slash? Well, it turns out pretty far. And eventually players developed a series of techniques similar to One Punch Man, where it was like normal punch, serious sidesteps. And it was goofy at first until players found out you can bundle them in what is called a pinnacle art. Because what you guys are learning now, like normal swing, normal parry, those are pinnacle techniques. If you group them together, you can make a pinnacle art, and they all support each other. These are just as competitive as Domain, but they operate very differently. It takes, unlike Domain, which is an effect that just happens, Pinnacle Arts are I roll or do an action to trigger it. So an active versus passive. Just as lethal, just as competitive, but a different route. And it still counts as being a realm higher if someone has a complete pinnacle art, like all 5 pillars. That is super dangerous. That person will be fine for the majority of the game until we hit some more serious content. John's still even working on his, so he hasn't reached that.
Okay.
Char's the only one that's ahead of everybody. He is a god. He actually cultivated divinity, which is both active and passive. The passive isn't as strong as a domain user, and the active isn't as strong as a pinnacle user, but they have both. They also have control over a theme, and if you try and use that theme or genre in their presence, you can forget about it, unless you're more powerful than they are at that theme. If you're a wind cultivator and a wind god happens to be in the area, you can forget about using wind. If that's your entire character, you're screwed.
Gotcha.
Char's the god of sleep in the evening game. He does some really fucked up stuff. God damn it, Char. So, they're all competitive. They're all kind of a benchmark for the character because you'll feel the power surge running through your character the moment you pick one up. Things start to get kind of wild. Like you go to do something that you struggled before, and I just write it off as if you just did it.
Gotcha.
And if you want to roll, you can. That's just to determine how good, not that you failed. In the Sunday game, the players are discovering that there are more to the collection, but that's the Sunday game. Those guys are fucking strange folk.
Understood. To bring it back to the table, let's work on that obsession.
Swing.
That was one. A week's worth would be, let's see, so 3
times 7.
Yeah.
Don't forget about all your progress things.
21 times 7, which would be calc. And yeah, 21 times 7. 147. Okay. So /R 140, 70, 100 less than. Oh yeah, I forgot I get to do that too. Even if it's just the +10, I can double that, so it'll be +20. So my target is actually 101. And I get 20. No, okay, that's times +5 times. Is it 4? Or did I change it to? Where are you?
Yeah, I thought you had it as 5 now.
Yeah, I think I do. That's Protag, Martial Bypass, Gestalt, Research. Montage here. Here we go. Quintuple. Quinn is 5. Okay, so 25. I get 27 progress per. Okay. There's a couple of 100s in there.
So for progress, remember the 100s. Remember what they do?
It's where like it's like you didn't get it. So
It
one,
subtracts the
two,
same progress instead.
1, 2, 3, 4. So it's just subtracting those ones there as if they didn't pass, and that would be 143. And then because they're 100s, they fail rough, which would be 139 times 27. 39 times 27 yields. Okay. Wham, wham. And that is 3753. 3753 out of 10,000. Excuse me.
Don't die.
I've been having a bit of a mucus allergy
Yep.
thing going on.
Oh, me
This is the
too.
season.
That's a week. Bam. I didn't stop. I just kept going. I have no idea how much fatigue would have accumulated over the week.
Now, this also includes you taking a rest and eating, but then immediately once you're done resting, and you're not taking a rest break, not a rest ETS, but it's
I-
like sitting down for 30 minutes, having food, going to the restroom. Like it fits in.
Mhm.
Now,
And
if
then
you
back
wanted
at
to
it.
do dogged training, you'd get 3 extra rolls. But that's no breaks, no eating, no sleeping, no going to the bathroom. And you absolutely rack and stack fatigue quickly.
Gotcha.
But if you do the normal 18,
Well, this was 21.
well,
This
I'm saying
was, I believe,
18 per week. Or 18 per day, sorry. Times 7.
yes. That was 21. I believe this was dogged.
You made 147 rolls?
Yes. Which was 21 times 7.
Mm. Well, first day, no fatigue. Second day, yeah, we're gonna have you take some fatigue here, buddy.
And the extra 3 for the extra downtime action per.
Yeah. Well, he said he rolled the extra 3 because
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because you use
Right.
the extra, because you get that 7 from
Yep.
Montage Hero, right?
Yep.
Well, the 7th doesn't count. Like if it's Montage Hero, you just get that naturally, and it doesn't count towards the fatigue. But if you're
Oh.
doing dogged training, you add an additional 3 per day.
There he is. Okay.
But you're
So,
fine as you are. This also doesn't rack and stack fatigue if you don't doggedly train, and
okay.
you will pass out or even die if you try in your current state to push that hard.
Yeah, I knew that yeah. I'm just like, I thought it was 21, but, I'm not trying to die, but, anyways, there's a chunk for normal swing. I think I'm doing okay. I don't have an engine going, but, by golly, Montage Hero.
I was
That,
expecting more progress, honestly.
I mean, unfortunately with this, like, I do like the ×5, and I like the training room progress, but my actual progress buffs semi limited. Otherwise, like, if I had another multiplier or another large bonus, it would be good. Like, because if I had a +10 instead of a +5, it would be 50.
Yeah, well, if you continue down the path, you'll get another +10 for swordsman.
Yeah.
So that's 8 days out of the 2 weeks. Your first day,
Yeah.
knocking out at the the piece of metal,
Mhm.
and then these 7 days working towards that.
Uh,
So if you want to
uh,
meet me in the cradle,
yep, yep. Good job, Poison Sword. Okay, we're in the nursery.
so you go in and you see Savalair. He's cultivating, and he's doing it in front of the swords aren't real until they are sword. Um, so pretty much what Savalair has been doing for most of this upcoming week is putting energy into that sword, and also putting some enlightenment. So if you'd like to study upon that sword and maybe um, getting some type of revelation from it, maybe that's something you can do.
Alright. Sure.
You want, you can keep swinging for the next week.
Yeah, you could just do
Good.
it right in front of, or just as you're kind of ruminating on that sword in front of you, and thinking about it as you're swinging, doing your normal swing, kind of like a combination effect.
You see, well, this is to gain something from Sword is a Lie, right?
Correct.
Well, which is specifically a sword breaking style.
No.
No. It's not that I won't. It's just that I'm trying to understand what I could gain from this, or if it's something that is closer aligned to the sword is a lie, or if it's closer aligned to, hey, this is something that theoretically Poison Sword as a thing might benefit from, if that makes sense.
Uh, Matt, do you want to explain it to him?
Explain what.
Apologies.
Why ruminating upon swords aren't real until they are is useful for his enlightenment, for getting the path of the sword stage 5 done.
Sure. Um, ruminating upon the sword can give you sword teaching,
Understood.
which is what you need. You need 2 sword
Yeah.
teachings to graduate your basics. One midway through, one at the very end. And Johnny just so happened to have found a sword teaching along the way.
Which is the sword is a lie.
No, that's a sword precept, which he didn't really have access to. And you can't wield the full power of the precept, because Johnny figured out by talking to the elder that's the sword saint's first precept. Swords are a lie, and the sword saint has to personally teach you that. But he did find out a sword teaching: swords aren't real until they are. It's a bigger step down, but it has a lot more flexible room about how you can interpret it, and
Okay.
it's still a valuable teaching.
Understood. Then
Mm-hmm.
Centaur will ruminate for the week. Let's
It
see.
doesn't take long to ruminate on it. It takes you a
Okay.
DTS.
Then I will commit the DTS.
You have a sword teaching.
Alrighty.
So you have a catalyst, you have a swords teaching, and you've
Mhm.
reached the max of your number 5, right?
Yes.
Is there anything else he's required, Matt?
Oh, you've got the progress required. You have the catalyst, and you have the sword
I do.
teaching. Then
I
you
do
have
now.
the next level.
Woo!
Or you get what's
Uh,
in 5? Yeah.
you get what's in 5. Do you need me to give you 5?
Let's see. Is sword teaching number 5 is that one?
And do you need me to give
Uh,
you what it does?
the Jubilant Edge.
Mm-hmm.
I have it.
Okay. No, 6. Sorry, 6 is what you need.
Oh,
Yeah,
6
you need
is
the
Path of the
out of
Sword, the
6.
Aspiring Edge.
Yeah, you need what the progress is out of 6. Do you know what that is?
4,000.
No. Okay, 4,000. Already, let me
Yeah.
pull up, see if I can, because I don't believe I have anything past 5 on this. There's normal swing. Stage 3, stage 4, and finished stage 5. But I have not gotten anything for stage 6. So yeah. But stage 5 just got realized, and now we are here. Okay. Now, and when it says catalyst and sword teaching required, it's a new one, or
New catalyst.
yeah. But the sword isn't real until it is the teaching that I'm following. I just want to understand whether or not it's just like, okay, you need a new sword teaching or a further understanding of the sword
This
teaching.
one, if you have the progress and the catalyst, you have the sword teaching for 6, but you'll need a new teaching for 10.
Okay, cool. And alrighty. Swing sword a lot to get to stage 6.
Yep, swing sword lots.
Swing swords a lot. Okay. Okay, that's 1 DTS. So the other 2 DTS, which would be 14 rolls, slash R, 14 D100, less than, for just doing weapon skill. That's parry, that's the poison sword. That's specifically to hit. We'd be doing weapon skill. 81. Let's see what happens. 13. And times 27 each. Yields 351. Let's see. B. 351. That's for the rest of the day. I'm now on to day 9. So we still have, or well, it could just, I'm just putting it as day 2 of the week. I have a whole nother week and a day. So a week and a day, 21, 8 times 21 per day yields 168.
And you're going back to the training room for this, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Apologies. Whoop. And go ahead and just do a regular weapon skill. Now we go rest. Should just be okay, so it should still just be 81. Upslash R 168 D100 less than 81 for Path of the Sword Stage 6. 136 degrees of success, and no ones are 100s.
I thought you were going to double your standard attack bonus.
Well, this is just training. I'm
Okay.
not using.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're not
oh,
using. Okay, you're not doing the same thing you were doing last time for normal swing. Gotcha.
yeah, it's not an attack. This is just technically training with weapon skill.
Yeah.
136 times 27. Yes, 136 times 27. We had how much? We said 351 plus 351 yields. Alrighty, and it's done. That's enough. That I had one more success than I needed.
All right, carries over to the
Yes.
next.
Okay, yeah. So 23 into stage 6. Or stage 7. There's 23 there. How much XP for stage 7? Is it 8,000?
It's 7,000 actually.
7,000.
Yep,
Are you
but let's
picking?
get you 6.
Are you going to pick swordsman or sword scholar?
Swordsman.
Nice.
My man.
I see
There's your.
something I don't like and I cut it.
There you go. Yeah. That's 6, and then to get to 7, you need another catalyst, and you need 7 cat.
7. Okay.
Johnny's gonna have a tough time getting to stage 10 by the time the 6 months ends. I wonder if he can do it.
Well, I'm almost done stage 9. You just need another 4,500.
Oh. You might be able to make it just in time then.
Stoked flame of passion heats both your desire to train and energies of your sword. You're going to train your sword, you ignite your passion. When you strike at a target, -10. Okay, now these are all stacking, right? -10, the felling.
Yep. Every one stage is a one felling.
So
The other thing you said, yeah.
they have -60 at this point. Ooh, boy. And 6 felling. That's mean. Okay, alrighty. Swords. I'm a swordsman. +10 progress to training and +1d10 to sword damage. What is the and in brackets here? Like, why are they in brackets? Sword damage.
Oh,
and
it's
one.
and. Like, you get this and.
Okay. Okay.
So you get, as a swordsman, +10 to progress to train, and
Okay.
+10, 1d10 to sword damage, and one's roll in sword training against sword enlightenment, and the endless training vessel. You get a lot of ands.
X progress for any sword training. English training vessel 0 out of X. X is this. This
It's
is its own training path. Does not take progress unless specified that you are training this. No double. No double. Okay.
So it may not be useful now, but if you
Mhm.
get down to your swordsmanship and you're just like, fucking, I don't know what to do.
Mhm.
Everything I train everything I can train, and I'm at a bottleneck that I can't overcome at this time. But I still want to train my swordsmanship. Well, you could just continue to swing your sword, and you can fill the endless sword vessel.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. That was my other week. I'm now at a week and 2 days. Um, actually, no. I threw in that extra day because I did 8. Um, Savalar, I believe you said you still had 3 days.
Correct.
Go for it.
Alrighty. So I've put a fair amount of energy into this one and my arming sword and a fair amount of other things. But I'll go join you in the training room And work on my Path of the Sword as well. The first thing I'll do is some toughness rolls, even for the Beyond, and 58 key. There's one toughness roll for one day. Second day. Third day. All right. I'm also going to do some Mighty Neat. 9 times. Okay. Cool.
Ow.
Let me make a macro right quick.
Yeah, to track how far you are ahead, because you're.
You guys could basically train your swordsmanship and do your stuff. Just you guys can go up to month 5, start of week 3.
Yep.
And then we'll stop there if
Cool.
you get up to that point.
Ooh, first one's a paradox number, Matt. For advantage. That doesn't mean anything, right? That doesn't mean anything.
Not quite.
No. All right. My 3 days are also used. Now I just got to do some math. Counting is good. The trash can has made more progress, Matt, but I haven't fed it anything for Stardust because I don't have access to the ship. So I have not made any extra progress there for that. And when I gave it that fate stuff, I don't think that counts as same thing as Stardust. So I don't know what that would do, but
Which one?
oh, the trash can. The 789 trash can.
Mm.
It's made progress, and I've tapped in, but I haven't put any resources
Didn't you
into
guys
it.
sell information as to where it was?
The trash can? No.
Yeah, the Waka Waka. That's just the Abyssal Beast. That's trying to get
No.
you.
We didn't do that.
But yeah, it's getting closer.
The last thing I did with the
That-
trash can was I gave it like 5 of each of the fake coins. Like I fed it to them, so I didn't have any for the session. That was when we were fighting in the free for all. So I could only roll a 100 instead of a 99 for that roll.
Let's see. When you say the trash can, are you talking about Wanderer Station?
Nope.
No, never mind. My bad.
I'm talking about
Apologies.
the abyssal creature. That's what I'm talking about.
Understood.
Remember when we came back from jumping across the universe? When we were,
Yes.
something
Yeah,
followed
yeah.
us back. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Or had our trail and has been following us, but there was a thing on the station that we could feed it resources to.
The little black blob. Hey, when you think that's been getting hungry since we've been in here?
I fed it not too long ago, but it has just made more progress from that age. So, all right, go ahead. I'm just going to do my math.
Okay. So, we're at my turn now.
We are at your turn. Yeah.
Okay. Well, alrighty. So we're on month 5 already.
Nope. This is pretty sure it's. I was at the beginning of session again. We're at month 4, 2 weeks, 3 days.
Month 4,
That's where
2
we're
weeks,
currently.
3 days. Okay. And we agree 4 weeks per month.
Correct.
Okay. Chunpo wants to check the hallway and see if that feeling of dread is lessened any.
Hmm.
The feeling of dread within the hallway, if it's still there after reaching stage 6, or if it is...
Yeah, it's not moving. You said you know exactly when it moves. It's 6 months.
Understood. I was
They
trying to see
mentioned
if it's like less dread, like I have got stronger, this isn't something that I fear anymore. Nope, still there.
Same amount of dread.
Understood.
Yep.
Chunpo would like to talk to Savalar for a second.
Sure. I'm trading right beside you.
Yep. That feeling in the hallway.
Yes.
Do we want to try and be proactive and preemptive and...
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I don't think moving on it when we're not ready, though, is a good idea.
Sure, but I don't... Here's the thing with that mentality in my mind, where either 6 months come by, we wait, we're ready, it moves in. Oh, well, that wasn't near as bad as the fight was we thought it was. We could have done the earlier thing. Ah, shucks. Or 6 months come by, we're not ready, we die anyway. Or in the event that, oh, hey, we were ready and we could have done this at 5 months. Awesome, cool, well, let's go do it then. Or we die. And I agree that, hey, getting as strong as you can, probably a good idea, but if we could have advantage over the others, they kind of
So
want our they want our volts
until
anyway.
we're, at least me, until I finish my first stage, then I'm not planning to go towards it. And we don't have Midnight Sai. We don't have a swordsman that's strong enough for it. So once I finish, maybe that's a whole different ball game. But for right now, I'm not there yet.
What? I thought you were past stage 6.
I am. And the step 6, not stage.
Step 6. Sorry. Wait, hold on a second. Scroll back up. Scroll. Now, these are definitely saying stage.
I look at them as steps.
Ah.
I'm not at the first checkpoint. I've not completed the first checkpoint of these steps.
Did
Okay.
you? Was that 9?
It's very close. I currently got this /R plus plus 68 plus 67 plus 71, which is 3,223. And I had before that in these 3 days. This number so I'm getting closer. Another day or two, but right now it's not.
Understood. For it's hard to determine when I am past the basics with these stages and steps and understanding what it means to be a swordsman and people saying, "Oh, well, make sure you're past the basics."
The
I'm
basics
not
to me is getting to the first checkpoint.
in. So sorry, I hear checkpoint and I think checkpoint 1, but you're
I look at it the
saying
same way in a sense. We're currently at many different. No, actually, this would be the end of checkpoint 4. Is one way to describe that.
so. Is step 6 or stage 6, as I have it written on my end, still in
It's like
checkpoint 1?
it's like checkpoint 2, almost to checkpoint 3.
Okay. Right. Alrighty. What do you think our test going to
What
going
do
to
you think of
have?
what? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Our test in the coming month.
The test for the elder, or you mean the test for at the end of the 6 months?
At the end of the 6 months, which is rapidly approaching.
And what were you saying? What are our chances? Is that what you're asking?
Nothing. Well, I mean, kind of what are our chances, but also what will it entail? From what I can tell, I think it's going to be a beast of some sort
Yeah,
that
it's going
just
to be a
wants
fight
us
of our
dead.
lives, I'd say.
Yes, I agree. Um, Well, I'm uncertain of what to do, or not so much what to do. I can find some things to do, but I feel like it's equivalent of banging my head against a wall and not figuring out what to fight next.
Well, I saw you doing two things. I saw you working on the swing of yours, very similar to Lyron's, and I
Yes.
also saw you working on your swordsmanship for your path. One of those two things are great. You could also change it up and go talk to Lyron's sword, the waveform sword, and gain some more information. They might know something. Or you could go downstairs and temper yourself in the heat.
Um, I believe my desire is wanting to scout information and finding out more before we face it. But I'm not sure if the waveform sword would have information like that. It's
I don't know. Just
still
ask.
sounds good. Let's go ask. The waveform sword. Which is that one in the nursery? No, it's in the library. Bloop, bloop. Face through the wall.
Face through the walls. They're in the walls.
Um, I take a seat in front of the waveform sword.
Yeah. Yes.
Sword, I am not sure how much you know and how much you don't know. Um,
Sword.
sorry, you had said something, Matt, and I...
I'm a sword. Yep.
Yes, you are. You've passed the part where swords aren't real until they are. You are sword.
Mhm.
Can you sense things through rock? I'm not entirely sure what wave.
With Lyron and wielding me, yes.
Hmm. Okay. We could make something work with that. Hmm. Hmm. Do you think if, say, Lyron were wielding you, how far do you think you could
Good idea.
sense through? Oh, okay.
We'll find out together.
That's fair. Um. hmm. Can swords go down the sword scholar path? Is there such a thing as a swords going down a swordsman and a sword scholar path?
I'm a sword.
You're a sword. Yes, you are.
Yep.
Fair enough. Understood. Um. Hmm. Do you know anything of what we will face? The doom that we will face in the coming months.
You should be better at sword.
Yes, indeed.
That's the best I can give you. Be better at sword. And if you're not better at sword, be better at swinging sword. Or be better at blocking with sword.
Right. Definitely need to work on the defense from what they said. We do have a little bit of sharpness, but or martial art. Okay. Um. What's the difference between research and creating a test, or like I guess that it would be also research. If I create several, or try to create a martial art with the sword style, okay. I want to train parry. But I already have parry maxed. I guess parry mastery?
Yeah, you can upgrade your parry. You can train parry. Not up to mastery though.
Okay. Because I remember like we went through dodge mastery and stuff for Bullet Hell Mountain.
Yep, but that was from a teacher.
Understood. Okay.
But you can train your
Dodge.
parry up to max.
Oh, well, my parry is maxed, but that's the thing.
Then maybe devise a technique from the Passion of the Four Elements you learned. That makes you better at parry. You spend key, you get a better ability. You have access to that handout, right?
I do have access to it, and it's been a hot minute since I looked at it, because last time that was when I was still using my fists and using gravity to punch. You ever take off your... Well, okay, that is so out of character, we don't need to be mentioning that one. Right, okay, Passion of the Four Elements. It would be Earthly Martial Arts Pillar System, right? Yeah, Passion of the Four Elements, okay.
Yep. You can study that. You might need a bit of time in between sessions to really study that.
Yeah,
We need to.
no, this is...
You could talk to myself or Johnny here, who is rather proficient at it.
I need to get more comfortable with this in a way of just like, okay, I understand all of this, because there's a lot of pieces. But let's then just make things. Yeah, gotta.
So
Okay.
you can. There's a lot of
Yeah.
things you can do right now. You can try and work on normal parry. You can try and work on normal swing. You can try.
Oh,
and,
normal parry. I forgot. That's also a pinnacle.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's well.
Alright.
Let's do normal parry, I guess. That one also going to be 10,000. Okay.
But remember, each pinnacle you pick up
Yeah.
is 10,000 more than the previous one.
20,000.
But you haven't picked one up yet, so it's still 10. So whichever one you complete first, then the next one gains more.
Really wanted me to work on my defense, so
Normal parry is an excellent defense.
Parry. Zero out of 10,000. Because I put in a week for normal swing, are those XPs transferable because I still haven't picked up my first pinnacle? Or is normal parry at 0?
Normal parry is at 0.
Understood. Okay. We're at 0 out of 10,000. Make sure that is... Yes, that is 10,000.
We'll need to get you to parry mastery first, though.
Okay. So I can't do it anyway then.
I mean, you could train with me, I suppose. Then you could just be parrying my swings instead of.
That would do it. That would help.
Yeah.
You need somebody to help you with parry mastery.
Yeah.
Understood. So let's see. You're just if at any point you're doing swings or trainings, and then
I'm still working on my Path of the Sword. If you wanted to do it with me,
basically, you need to roll Gestalt for the mastery.
Roll Gestalt for mastery. Okay.
Yeah, and
pretty
you
much
need
roll
2.
one. Yeah.
Well, he has 1 or 2s.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have 2
Okay.
otherwise. Okay. So, and Gestalt.
roll day by day, which is
So 1 a day?
18.
Okay.
18 rolls. You need 2 success. You need
Wouldn't it be
to roll 1 or
21?
2 twice.
Wouldn't it be 21 for me?
Oh, with the training, yeah, because of the
Yeah.
thing, yeah. My bad. The one extra
Gestalt
roll.
rolls for Parry Mastery. Okay, and so we said day by day.
So that you
So
don't burn through.
R okay. 21
Two or less.
D100 less than 2. I got one, but I also got 100. Fuck me.
Oh, it doesn't do anything. You got one of
Okay,
them. You also get a D4 towards your
parry, or well, not parry.
But the question is, oh, Matt,
skill.
you should tell him about potential, or what do we call it? Opportunity.
Well, oh yeah. So
yeah,
if
that's
you have a D4,
mhm.
So the stat caps are really important now.
Yep.
If you check the change logs,
Yep.
have you checked the
I,
change log? Yeah.
I
So
did read this. Yeah, but
you
yeah,
get a D4. Any stat that would go over a stat cap can't,
understood.
and instead turned into opportunity points. Opportunity points can increase a threshold of something by a ratio of 1. So if you're really close to a roll, or you're sick and tired of having to roll on a 2%, and you're like, man, I rolled a couple of 3s and 4s, but I was so close, you can spend opportunity points. You generate them by rolling 1s that would give you stats above your stat cap. I've run into a couple problems on my original design where limit breaks need to be observed very closely, and stat cap limits. The only thing that allows you to play around stat cap limits are limit shatters. And even then, you still can only go up to the realm suppression limit, which is 299 for this place, for zone 1. But you have to be very conscientious of your stat caps.
So I just heard something interesting, Matt.
Mhm.
For example, if I was doing a stalt roll and I rolled a 2, could I use
Yeah.
one of my opportunity for that?
Yeah. And it would give you the 1.
Nice. Okay, cool. I like that. That's I was thinking like, oh man, if it was just luck, that's good and it's great, but I feel like there could be something a little more extra there, and I like that new wording there you put in. So that's good. I like that.
Yeah. That's what opportunity is supposed to mean. It's supposed to be like, I was so close, but you have this like stored potential, and you can use it to seize the opportunity. And yes, you can spend as much as you want in a single go. So if you generate a lot of opportunity and you're doing something rather preposterous, yeah, you can dump the whole platform and be like, "No, I succeed on this." Still
Gotcha.
has to be like, you still have to have enough points, but yeah. But you get a D4 towards weapon skill.
I'm
Are you at
already. Well, yeah, no, I'm
your
past the cap on weapon skill. Everything I have is at 80s or, well, except for intelligence, which is 90. My threshold gain,
Well,
not
every
entirely.
threshold gives you a limit break, and then
Yeah.
every color rank also increases your
Yeah,
stat
it
caps.
gives you a limit break. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So you're what rank in cultivation?
I'm silver, and I have threshold breaks in at least 1 in spirit, 2 in might. Is it 50 for the first threshold?
60. So anything
60.
above 60. And if you have 2 in might, you should have because you went from bronze to silver. That was 1. And then from like, You've done more than one. Yeah, you've. I remember.
I have 1 threshold in swiftness, spirit, 2 in might and mind, and I've gotten to silver.
Yeah, so 60 plus 4 at least should be 100. What's your current?
Oh, okay. Then I'm only in the 80s for most things except for intelligence, which I'm at 95.
Well, also look at the thresholds. So each pillar has 4 stats attached to it. Some of them have overlap,
Mhm.
which means
Yes.
certain stats will have they
Double.
double dip.
Yes.
Weapon skill
then-
is only for might, though. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. As for each color rank that you go up, it's a limit break to all stats.
Yes. Okay.
So you should have at least 4, in my opinion. So you should be
As-
okay.
Yeah, as a human, you start at 60 is your cap.
Mhm.
And then, so silver would be 70. And then 1 for every one of them. And then 2 for another 1 for might for might and mind. Okay. Sorry.
Mhm.
Trying
That's
to.
fine. No, it's good.
Where's
This module, unfortunately, is rather ambitious, and because of it, there's a shit ton of bookkeeping. And if you ever need to reach out to me and be like, "Hey, I'm having a hard time bookkeeping," let me know. We'll do a solo session where we just go over your character sheet.
Hmm.
Because I'm always willing to do that. Because if you feel uncomfortable wielding your own character, we gotta find something.
Yeah.
So where you are like, I feel comfortable again.
And this is your first campaign with Matt. So, like over the
Yep.
years, I've kind of, what would you call it? Organized my my thought
You found your
process on
system.
characters. Yeah.
Yeah, you built your own system. And Johnny's also played through multiple different iterations of the game, which have gotten more and more complex.
Yeah.
But you can even use Word documents. I can give you as many handouts as you please, and then, if you need a quick glance sheet where it's like I don't need to look at all the numbers, I just have a handout where it just says, these are my bonuses, these are the conditions, this is my damage, these are my abilities, and then you don't have to. Yeah, there's a lot of options.
Yeah, and to confirm, you're still at silver, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
All
I
right.
have yet to get to gold.
All right. So you're actually at
Are you
90.
sure you ate a bunch of poisons and that hit you like a brick?
He put him
I-
into his swords, I remember
Yeah.
correctly.
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
sitting at 90 influence, and 10 away from gold.
Do you
So-
not want to go up, because then you would have plus 10 all stat caps?
It's not that I don't want to, as much as a good time for Savalar and I to go through tribulations together and not, like, be doing something else. Like, right now, I'm just like, I could just nom a poison, and it would immediately, because of, like, even the minimum amount of poison that I can absorb, gives me enough influence. But then it's a tribulation, and I have no idea with the time limit that we have of months and trying to get
You're
strong.
fine.
I'm just like,
You,
okay,
It does
what's
it in an afternoon.
yeah, it's not going to take a month worth of your time.
The mountain climber ranks do. Mountain climber ranks take a while.
Yeah, you need to prepare for those.
By the
Otherwise
way,
you
Johnny, you're in for a fucking treat. I did make
Yeah.
a modification to it, so
For-
it may
for
not
co-
be the
for Cosmic,
same
yeah.
as.
Yeah.
Well, no, it may not be the same as. For the cosmic, but it may not be the same as you did for that one guy.
Mhm, yeah.
I had to, but it's apparently John absolutely adores it. Like he's like, this is one of the coolest things I've ever seen.
Nice.
But for stars, there's a different system for it.
okay?
But
So
you guys will need to reach mountain climber to actually progress here. Like you'll have to.
I figured
engage
as
in
much.
those.
Yeah. Especially since you said already that the sword isn't going to be improved anymore past tier 2 if we don't have any more influence. So yeah, I'm with you.
so swiftness, I have not hit a threshold in, but everything else I have. Okay.
So you should be at 90 for your max.
Or which one?
For weapon skill, and you're at currently
Okay.
81, right? So roll a d4.
2 in that one, yes. Which okay, so +1. Which gives me the 90, yes. The D4, we are good. Okay. Whoops, I show 1D4, another one.
Nice.
Okay, so roll the next day.
Friday, 1
You could do
second.
up arrow, enter. Because if you
Yeah.
click the open box and don't type anything, you can hit the arrows, and it recalls previous rolls.
And you're just
Oh.
trying to get the other half of the mastery? Is that what's happening right now?
He's just trying to get the other half of the mastery so he can start on normal parry, which is a
Yep.
noble endeavor.
Yep. I got you.
Hang on a second. Willpower. I'm trying to see just what I have for my thresholds because I'm thinking willpower might actually be more. Let's see, swiftness I don't have. Mind. That one's 90. Also, so with with intelligence, because that's the only one besides swiftness. Swiftness, if I got another pillar, it'd put me to 100. I am over on that one. That one I have 95 in, because that was the last recorded maximum that I remember having with the D4s system before the cap came into play.
In that case, it would go to the opportunity pool, right, Matt?
Okay, so 5. So drop this to 90, put this into 5 in opportunity pool.
Yep. Everything over goes, every 1-for-1 stat goes into the opportunity pool.
Yeah.
Okay.
And anything other going forward would go into similar physical or similar mental.
Yeah.
Opportunity correctly.
Yeah, the opportunity pool is the same resource pool. It doesn't care where it comes from, but you have to fill all your stats.
Yeah.
To start filling up the opportunity pool. Which you
Understood.
guys will. Once you guys max your stats, it's just like, yeah! Anything that you roll just goes to the pool, and you could start making progress like crazy. I thought this was a better way to approach it.
Yeah, I think so too, Matt. I'm with you there.
Because having just a little bit more stats than the cap is nice, but I think instead just the opportunity pool is better. Because when you reach the next stat cap, say you had +8 in that stat over the limit, the moment you get that limit break, it's like, it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel as great.
William,
yeah.
do 14 rolls for parry because I'm going to be taking a rest scene.
Understood. I just found out that I just got my maximums are all sorted. So toughness, willpower, and fellowship are all actually max 100.
Nice.
And perception wasn't there yet because of that. Okay. And perception is unfortunately only at 80, where everything else is almost 90. But I actually have this now, and I have it written down, so that makes it a little bit easier.
Yeah.
You said that if let's see, perception, that has to ding down. We'll just move this to willpower 83 and this to 80. Sorry, balancing things. Intelligence is capped at 90, perception is capped at 80. So I can put that there. Yeah, that works. Okay. Strength is 90, weapon skill is 90, ballistic skill is 90, everything there except for toughness, which is 100. Okay, sweet. Opportunity pool is down to 0. My character has been balanced as to the new rules.
Cool. 14.
Yes.
Mm.
14, less than 2. Because I got that one success, I just need one more?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh.
Nope.
Nope.
Not a thing.
Unfortunately, none of them are even really that close. So
Yeah, nothing. Closest I could do would be the 23.
Johnny,
and
what are you
that's-
rolling?
Yes. What
Just
are these?
weapon skill tests while he's doing these.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
For the next one, I can do 21.
Yeah. I'm fine with that.
You'll have
And
taken a rest scene and then go back to 21.
Okay, yeah. So rest 21 less than 2. Well, yeah, no, there's no bonuses to this, so it's still just less than 2. Yee!
a double 100. Ooh, haven't seen any of those in a while.
That 3.
You could spend 2 to knock it down, yeah?
And this is what, opportunity?
Yep, spend your 2 opportunity points to make it a 1.
Wait, wouldn't he only need one because it's Gestalt?
Oh, yeah,
Since
you only
currently
need
have
1 because it's this Gestalt, yeah.
Yeah.
One
Save yourself a point. Double 100s. I'm gonna hit you with something.
Yeah, I think you should, because especially since he's going against me.
Yep.
Okay, spend 1 opportunity to get success.
Johnny,
Yeah.
your character has a moment where the world kind of slows and you see a cataclysmic failure show itself.
Oh, yes.
Like, ooh. Now here's the bad part.
Mhm.
It is a cataclysmic failure, which means using the poison sword, it could
Yes.
take cataclysmic damage, especially with your break chance. Which
Okay.
means
Okay.
the cataclysmic break means you can break his relic 2 sword. You'll have to steal the cataclysmic break charge before it ripples through the sword.
Okay. Using my sword energy with fate, using
Yep.
2 of my fate points to tie those around and tear them before they actualize. How about that?
Okay. Yeah. You also give me a destiny fragment.
Sure. I will then roll 1d10 for that destiny fragment use. I get it back.
Well, no, destiny fragment doesn't need to roll. It just gives you 5 narrative points.
Oh yeah, no, but I'm saying to get the destiny fragment back,
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
rolling a 1d10.
Looks like a 1 to me.
It looks like a 1 to me. Okay. So I'm currently at 2 there, and currently at 2 there. Alrighty.
Okay.
Well, Shunpo.
Mr. Poe, something you feel a terrible calamity start to build itself. You're not sure what it is, and then right as you realize what it is, you could just see your sword go to shatter in your hand, and then that energy gets pulled away, and your sword's fine. And the sword's like, "Oh shit! I almost died." And
Little buddy, you almost died. I think I would have died.
died on the inside at least.
Yeah. I'm just like, well, that's my future here.
Yeah. And Lar just catches this super angry energy and goes, "Pocket."
Gonna hold on to that one.
Yeah. Lar, you got another one of those cataclysmic failure charges,
Oh, wonderful.
which I know you were looking forward to another one.
Yeah, because I spent the last one on all of those 100 charge on the tribulation. So yeah, that's nice to have that back.
Another one of those. And you can see them happen in slow-mo. You can also get into that slow-mo, see what will result. With a bit more control over your Tao of failure, you can even redirect how it fails cataclysmically. But that's for later.
Yeah.
That's for later.
Something to think
But
about.
for now, you get to watch it happen in slow-mo. Just like, damn, that's going to go poorly for you. Or you can try and intercept it and yank it for yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, tie my fate around it and grab.
You do need to have contact, though. That's the most important bit.
You
Yeah.
need to have contact specifically where that energy is.
Yeah.
A sword, as a swordsman, is an extension of yourself, and it counts.
Excelente.
Yeah. Mr. Poe, you do get that gut feeling, though. That'll be an observation for your character. So
The
I will
gut
give
feeling
you
that my sword was almost destroyed.
no the build up of this terrible resonance. Like, it's far beyond just having a bad day. It's somebody not I wouldn't say having a good day. It's just it's the maximum amount of comically bad stuff happening. Sword at the wrong angle, still swinging the sword while off balance, bumping into something, like just a cataclysmic domino of Rube Goldberg effects of just things getting worse.
Understood. Yeah, and like for if it were recorded in a video shown to you, it's just like, oh wow, ooh, but almost funny because it's just like, oh wow, that
You're
didn't
like,
happen to me.
it's like, oh, you think it's over, and then it's like, John Cena. You're like, John Cena, what are you doing here? Just fucking elbow drops him.
Oh dear.
Yeah, just everything coming. So I'm gonna give you a failure enlightenment.
Oh,
So it's a consumable, and what this can do is it can give you a clue or some information about failure, or it can enhance or give a little bit of an upgrade to something that is failure related. So it's a good little resource you can spend. It's not swordsmanship, it's a failure.
we'll
You can go
take
ahead and add that.
enlightenment all the same.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, alrighty.
But he stole those rolls from you, the 100s, so they're gone. But you guys just kind of stand there and stare at each other for about an hour, like, that. I can't believe we avoided that. Fucking wild.
Yeah. Thank you again. Oh, the failure. Like,
Could have been spicy.
uh, alrighty. With spending one of my opportunity to get one success, is my second success for the parry mastery, or trying to get to learn parry mastery. Is that enough?
Yeah, if you get another one, you can then convert the rest of those rolls into normal parry progress.
Normal parry progress. Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah. So as a note, you absolutely must have a mastery if it's based off of a skill roll. So parry is a skill roll on your sheet. You have to have all 4 check marks and the mastery for it before you can begin
The pinnacle.
parry mastery. Now, it's not something you can just train lightly. It's not something that you can train alone for parry mastery. You do need someone to attack you for you to practice parrying.
Yes.
Otherwise, you make 0 progress.
Understood.
If you had some sort of like shadow mind realm where you can sit down and meditate and practice in your mind, that counts too. But you need some back and forth, especially if someone's better than you at swordsmanship. Like Laura's pretty far ahead right now.
Understood.
He's also had a lot more experience in combat, so him attacking you will absolutely help you train parry mastery. But there's a lot of hoops to jump through to pick them up, and the huge ass progress bar too. But once you have it, it's pretty solid.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Oh
Yep.
yeah.
Alrighty,
John.
so
Johnny, where are you in the days?
I've been matched up with him right now.
ability to train.
So this
Fairy
is day 2. Sorry.
Oh.
So in other words, this is the 5th day of that
Yes.
week we were on.
Yeah, month 4, week 3, day 5.
Oh, no, 4 months, week 2, day 5.
Week 2, day 5. Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Continue.
What's all? Okay. Ability to train.
Do you want to
Fairy
continue doing some parrying, or do you want to work on your other sword you were working on?
I believe I should really get the defense down. My offense, I believe so far, is well enough that I'm not too worried about the 6 months, but for the past 2 times that the Elder has stopped by, they've said work on your defense. So I won't.
Yes, of course. No, I'm with you there. I saw. So okay, perfect. Let's continue on with that. I'm just doing counting here.
Fairy Mastery 0 out of Parry Mastery will be how much?
Same thing. I'm imagining 10,000.
10,000. Okay. And this isn't qualified as Pinnacle Normal Parry. This is just Parry Mastery. Unless it is, and then, yeah, just need to know and verify things.
Do you remember what Parry Mastery does?
I figured it's something similar to Dodge Mastery, but I
Exactly.
don't have...
Yeah, it's based off of your weapon skill instead, though.
Yes, yes. So we go to Parry. Should I be suffering from the minus, what would it be? Minus 70 that you have? If you're on stage 7? To try and parry this?
I'm so Matt, we can say that I am currently controlling that aspect, or do you want me to literally make him do a minus 80 every time to his parry? Because you have your 3 checks, which would help reduce it, but it would be pretty hard, I suppose.
No, you don't have to apply it. You
Yeah, I
you
didn't
can
think so.
choose as the better swordsman just to lay off on that.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Also, if you have inescapable bypass, that also helps apply against the
Yeah. Makes sense.
which you guys did train for for
did.
Bullet Hell Mountain.
Yep.
Okay.
So, do you have inescapable bypass, Mr. Poe?
I'm not sure on that one. I know I got to Dodge Mastery and
Yeah, you do.
You should have it because you did the Bullet Hell Mountain content, right?
Yeah.
yes.
You were
I've dodged
forced
the
to learn-
undodgeable.
Yeah. Inescapable bypass should have been one of the training routes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Vicarious did that for us.
I remember there was a point to where I was lower because progress gain for me is a little harder.
Oh, so maybe you don't have 10, but whatever, it's fine. You should still have.
I know I have dodged the undodgeable, but that was the last one that I have written down for that time.
We'll have to look over that, but for now, just don't worry about the negative.
Yes, sir.
And just roll them big old batch rolls. We'll have to look into your inescapable bypass because I'm pretty sure you got some.
Gotcha. All right. So
Because it was really important not to get shot on the mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So regular No bonus as far as I know. Okay, so target is 112. And so let's see, are we doing 21 at a time still, or like, hey, do this for a week?
You can go as far as you want there, mister. As far as you want to go.
Let's go ahead and do 2 days. So slash 40 slash R 42 D 100 less than 112, and that will be for the last 2 days, and this will put us at week 3. It's 100.
There you go.
And so that one would have been as if I had 40 successes. 40 times 27 yields 1,080. And that puts us to month 4, week 3. And at that rate, we're gonna definitely need to be doing 2 or 3 weeks at a time there. I'm at a tenth of what I need with 2 days. So 20 more days, so 3 weeks, which is almost a month, and I should be able to have normal parry.
Matt, I got a question for you.
Yeah, what's up, man?
I have inescapable bypass. But Chung Po is also applying a negative to my training montage experience. I know they cancel out, but would I still not be getting a negative to my training progress in a sense? In which the positive quality uh, positive quality.
Is it DTA Zealot? Where
Yeah.
wherever negative you take
Gives
gives you a progress?
yeah.
Only if it actually affects your character.
Okay.
So if you ignore, say you get a minus 100, but your inescapable bypass ignores that 100,
Yeah.
you don't get the progress bonus for it. It actually has to apply to your rolls.
Perfect. I just wanted to double check.
Yep.
Okay. Alrighty. I'm at. I've hit that mark for myself for stage 9. But I need a catalyst for this experience.
You got plenty to pick from. You just got to go.
Yeah, choose one. Yeah.
Just gotta pick them.
I'm actually. I'm gonna do the free for all this time. The one I won, but it was the negation, the negotiation, and the heat of battle. That's what I want to do this time for my catalyst. When I was negotiating with the Titan to win the match.
Make them rolls, make them rolls, make them rolls.
Yeah. So if that's the case, what is number 9?
Oh, you've achieved it.
Yep. And my catalyst, like I was saying, is the negotiation and the heat of battle. I just didn't spell negotiation right.
All right. So you've achieved 8. So I got to give you 8. No, you got.
I already had 8. Which was
Okay,
the
so we
drinking
need
sword.
Okay. All right.
All right, Path of the Sword, Stage 9. The listless through the sword path, the curious edge. The sword travels through the air ponderously, like a falling autumn leaf carried by a playful breeze. Small tendrils of sharp energies flow through your body and reach forward to the handle of the blade, curiously probing forward. Tingles running through your hand and up the handle towards the blade. Slowly, these tendrils of sharpness eventually find the sword's edge, finding home in its cutting line. Delightfully, they settle in with shimmering energies that have begun to coalesce and dance together upon the razored edge, excited to freely express their nature. When you strike at a target, you get the same stack, minus 10s plus
Yeah.
felling. When sword-related resources are spent, they provide bonuses to your swordsmanship beyond their normal application. This is not retroactive. You spend a sword insight, permanently plus 1 flat damage when wielding a sword. An enlightenment gives you felling. The sword catalyst gives you impervious. Every time you fold your blade, you get a permanent 1d10 rolled damage. Every time you use a significant sword material or resource, you get a permanent pen. Every time you gain a new sword teaching or clue, you get a devastating. And there are many, many more.
Gotcha. So, do these count for anything in the past, or is everything going
Nope,
forward?
not retroactive.
Oh, that's what you meant by that. Gotcha.
Yeah, because it would be too bothersome to go through every
That's fair.
single
Yeah.
thing. But everything going forward does this. If you have a question about what a resource does that doesn't fit those categories, that's where the question marks come in.
Yeah.
But eventually,
Yeah.
you'll consume enough insight, enlightenments, catalysts, teachings that your sword just naturally does extra damage. Now, this doesn't apply to the sword you wield. This applies to every sword you ever wield in your hand. This is
Yeah.
like
I get that. But which is including the sword I'm wielding. Exactly.
yes, including the sword you're wielding. Yeah. But yes, and now the final stage for the basics, Johnny.
Oh yeah.
It is a whole heckin' 20k.
Oh my goodness, I'll never get it. It's impossible. Okay. All right.
You need a sword
Cool.
catalyst and a teaching.
Well, I've already started the teaching. So it's just the catalyst after this.
Yeah.
So this is exciting. Okie dokie. Well, whenever you're ready, William.
So
You already rolled them. I need to roll them now, don't I? Okay.
I have up to the 2 days. I am on month 4, week 3, day 0, technically, or day 1.
Yep.
I kind of want to just do a full week. 2 1s in there.
Yeah.
Is that all right if I do a full week?
Go for it.
You guys
21
just
bucks.
making sure you guys are together.
Yeah,
Mm.
slash R 147 D.
And remember, ones rolled also give you double progress, unless it's a Gestalt roll.
Yeah.
100s, unfortunately, subtract the same progress. So.
Yep.
Always one.
There you go. There's a 1.
Well, yeah, there's a 1 and a 100, so they cancel each other. So perfectly 147. I get a lot of 11s. I should make a thing where if I get an 11, it's double ones. Anyway.
So, quick question for you, Matt. Progress for Path of the Sword, would this also come into handy for when he's doing his normal parry, or are they separated? In the sense that he needs to do one or the other. That's my question.
Yeah, he needs to do one. He needs to practice the sword, or he needs to practice normal parry. But he needs to practice normal parry with you to gain any progress.
Yeah, I figured as much.
He could train the sword on his own, though.
Anytime. I figured as much. I just wanted to double check.
Yeah. He also needs to work on his defense to impress the elder.
Correct. Yeah, and get his points. Yeah.
Yeah, because those will be very important points going into the last purchase cycle
before
Yeah.
you fight the monster dude.
Yeah, no, this is gonna be a little rough. 504. No, that's the wrong one.
Did you take any rests during this time?
Nope.
Like, you didn't take a rest beforehand?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
This isn't like dogged training, but it's just I ate, I trained, I ate, I trained, and for parry mastery, I believe I need you there.
You do.
You rolled a 1. You actually rolled several ones, guys. So make sure you get your d4s. They also count as double progress. Unfortunately, Poe, the 100 also subtracts the same amount of progress, so
Yeah,
you
to
lose the double
cancel
progress, but you get the plus
D4.
4.
Yeah,
Yep,
that
which
84
then goes to your
Yeah.
a different stat if you don't have all the
Ooh.
physicals maxed out.
Mhm.
my 84 D100 was with advantage, so the it's a 59, so the 100 there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
So another week and somewhere in there, and I should have parry mastery done, but that'll be because now technically I'm at month 4, week 4, which would arguably put us at month 5.
Chungpo, you might be a lofty, mighty tree, but me, I am not. So I'm going to be taking a rest, and I will take it at the very beginning, so this makes things easier for you. So I'll be taking the rest action at the very beginning of the week. During that time, let's just say you have an additional downtime scene at the end of the week, if that makes sense. If you want to keep that going. I'm also going to do Mighty Neat rules, and the 100 I'm going to keep as I take that downtime scene to pray to my goddess and play with my action figures of my Fate Bond set that I have. Kind of polish them off, give it a little bit of a shine. So if you there's going to be another downtime scene worth of not parrying. So if you wanted to do something else during that time,
One
so
downtime
two downtime scenes total that I'm not pairing with you in those roles.
Understood. Just one scene. 7 rolls. Let's go ahead and try the sword mastery then. 7 rolls, which would just be weapon skill.
So FYI, you've already rolled them. Is what I was trying to tell you. Like
Right. Okay.
the first 7 and then
Yep.
the third from the last 7 are rolls that you can utilize for something else besides parry. That's what I'm trying to say.
Understood. First 7. X7, okay. Technically, they would all pass if I were to do weapon skill.
Mhm.
So we will... Well, shit. Okay, because that changes my progress.
Yeah, sorry to make that complicated. Just subtract 14 times whatever you had for progress, I suppose, because that's 14 rolls. 14 downtime actions.
14 times... Clear that out. 14 times 27 yields 378 minus... So 5049 minus 378 yields 4,000. Okay. Updated. Okay. Four, six, seven. And we go for mastery was that one. We are looking at we aren't even at normal parry training yet. We are looking at Path of the Sword 7. Ace. Nope. C, Control V. And
Matt, I had another 17 and 71 paradox number in my advantage. That was nice. It's the second one that's happened this session.
clear.
Yep.
Oopda.
Johnny, you are adding your failure Dow droplets from all the 100s, right?
No, because they're at advantage, so I'm not getting them.
Oh, you don't want to get them.
You don't
Did
have
you
a.
wanna-
I need to spend merit on them in order to change that positive quality. Because I can't. You don't have it, so I can choose. It's only advantage, right?
Yeah, you'll have to make a choice.
Yeah, and that's something I'll spend eventually. I just don't have the merit. So
Yeah. If you develop your fate enough, you can even extract the power of 100s, even through an advantage roll. Like you don't
Okay.
pick it, but you're like, this was a possibility, and I.
yeah, I mean I do that sometimes with my other stuff as well. Like if I'm failing
Mhm.
multiple times in a fate roll, I do count those. So that is an aspect of this.
But you are rolling advantage, nanny boo boo.
I'm just going through them all and counting the sevens and nines. Oh, I actually do have a 79. Rerolling that 79. Was very close to a double 100 though. That was kind of close. Ooh, another paradox number, 9119. Cool, cool. Always fun to see. Alrighty. Do you get another 69? Nice. And I'll use my last fate point there to reroll the 1d10 for the 8. Nice. Okay. Wonderful.
Um, let me know whenever you are ready for more parry rolls.
Yeah, sorry, I just need to you know,
All good.
do things. So this would be 4 then, since one, 1, 2, Just doing math. Wonderful math. So 20. So 42. So 40. 40. Nice. Not just once, but that this time is 133, and then subtract one of those. So 132. Cool. And then I'm doing a week's worth of food. One, two, three, 4, 5, 69, 69. Nice. 6, 7. Okay. All right, I'm caught up for progress. I'm just currently adding up my degrees of success here.
You mean progress?
Yeah. The progress is coming from my degrees of success for the toughness roll from the sandwich. That's all.
Delicious sandwich.
Mm-hmm. That magic sandwich has come in pretty handy, I'd say. Good old Mr. Snipple. Yeah. 75. 70. Halfway there. Okay. So, Chungbo, do you want to continue? Maybe you should have a rest.
Well, the rest doesn't provide me a bonus that I can truly utilize.
I see.
Because, like, what is it? Unless it's a bonus to progress, it doesn't really do anything.
Yes,
yes,
I understand.
I'm already at a point where only hundreds hurt me.
Right. Well,
Right, indeed.
let's continue then. If you want, we're making good progress, I'd say.
Yeah. Now, for me, I'd throw another week at this, unless that's not possible for you.
No, I can take another week, but I'm going to rest here first.
Understood.
So, don't count the 7. First 7.
So don't count the first 7. So just do 40, D100, and I'll have 7 to work with on the side. Alrighty, ready?
Sure.
Cool.
I see 1,
100.
2. Good. 2 1s, 2 100s.
So they cancel each other out. So 140 successes. There it is. 140 times 27 yields. That's better. 3,000. Not quite enough, but better.
Great. My mighty neats are done. All passes.
8451. Okay. That's we are into the 5th month at this point.
We're at the 5th month, you mean? We're at, or
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I count 5 ones. Nice. Are there any of those you didn't pass, or you passed them all?
Well, the 100s would have failed, but
Yeah.
the ones counteracted them, so I didn't lose anything. So
Okay. I'm going to throw 3 tumbleweeds on random rolls of yours.
okay.
Unfortunate for myself. I'm also going to roll my my sandwich rolls. I'm going to use a bone coin on the first one. Sweet. And then roll to see if I get it somewheres. Or should I don't? I forgot I've been doing that. Oh, right. Okay, so I should be fine, honestly. Slash R5D. So I've done that 20 times. Cool. I'm going to re-roll the toughness 100 because otherwise I'm going to be down for that day and I don't want to do extra math. Um, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, cool.
And I have 7 rolls that I can work with for stage 7 training.
How's your parry coming along, Chungpo?
Still not quite there yet.
All right.
Less than a week and I should be done. But it might be like 5 days.
Right.
I'm gonna go ahead and do the 7 on just regular training. Let's see, what's this one? Okay, so target is 86. So 6, 86. 6 successes. Okay, cool. So 7 times 27. 189 plus 401. 590. Okay. Well, for that 1 DTS in between the week, that goes to the Path of the Sword. Do we want to do a day by day thing to try and see when parry will be completed?
Yeah, sure. How much do you have left? I guess that's the question.
Progress required is in the 1500 range.
Mhm.
A little bit more than that, like 1550, but and at 27 per success. Let's see. I need a 1500 divided by 27 per success. Well, yeah, divided by 27. I need like 50 successes. There's 21 in a day. Theoretically, 2 to 3 more days is what I would say. Yeah, as long as I don't fail any of them.
Matt, I'm running into doubles on advantage. Can I use Destiny fragments on these rolls to um, uh, like kind of feel the fate flow through my like my sword usage and my sword energy, and kind of actualize on these double rolls?
What way?
Well, I know that with Fate, there's a lot of double usage. Like, for example, when doubles are rolled, a Fate can be implemented, or a tens place, 1 or 100s. A lot of them come up with doubles, and using my key as it flows through me, um, mostly just uh, kind of find new ways to use my sword energy when a double happens, in a sense with advantage, or just because like I'm rolling the same roll, like, you know what I mean, like either way it's a 6, either way it's a 21 in these two rolls that I've done. I'm just going through them. Um, or should it be more of like, if it's a 66 and a 66, would that be more what you'd like, or like a
No,
44?
if it's a double roll, it's fine. It doesn't need to be a double-digit
Yeah,
double roll.
you're just more asking what do I want to do with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um,
Do you want it to grant a droplet? Do you want it to give you yet another progress towards rolls? Kind of
what
like
about
if you roll a double.
What about Fate Dow?
That's what I'm saying. Fate Dow Droplet.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, honestly. Yeah, I'm down with that if you're down.
Okay. Spend a destiny
Per
fragment.
roll. Yeah.
Not per roll. No, just once to come
Just
to the
once.
realization.
Okay. I love it.
Yeah. You don't need to spend it per roll. That would get rather ludicrous.
Fair.
But the
Awesome.
one expenditure gives you like, oh, hold on, hold the phone. Now
This is something I
the
can do.
downside,
Yeah.
you got to watch out for the advantage rolls. It's just like with the 100s,
Mhm.
they got to be in the same advantage roll.
Oh yeah. For I'll let me give you more context. Just from this roll. They're in stages of six K. Oh, you didn't get that last one there. I don't think. I know there is a plus at the end for all of them, but they're groupings of 6 per line, right? And the 21 and 21 are in the same advantage bracket.
Yeah, as long as they're within the same advantage bracket, that's fine.
Perfect, awesome. Yeah, and I was just going through and I was like, ooh,
You can also
hold the
do
phone.
it so that for an advantage, say you have a 4 and a 21, and then a 21 and a 16,
Yeah,
and you choose 21 for both of those, that also counts as a double.
gotcha. Yeah. Because they're in the same sequence in a sense.
Same sequence, and as long as you pick the roll,
Yeah, of
and
which
then
one of the two? Yeah, it's in the Gotcha.
And then you get something goofy if you get a double.
Right. I love it. Yeah, I was just trying to think to myself, like I was looking at all these paradox numbers too, and I was like, it'd be nice if I could do something with this stuff. And I was like, oh wait, what if I just use my my currency, my
There you
stuff?
go. Now
Yeah,
you're thinking with fate.
yeah, exactly.
I know you've
Perfect.
always been a fan of strange number probabilities, whether
Yeah.
it's just straight doubles or sandwich doubles, or you've always been a fan of the dice.
Yeah.
And that is very on brand with you.
Mm-hmm. I'm a fake guy, so might as well.
Yeah. This is the most fatey based character you've
Yeah,
made
this is
so
the
far, too.
farthest I've gone, 100%. Like 100%. Like
It's also the first
Susie.
time you've juggled multiple fake currency pools,
Correct. Yeah.
which is really cool. Susie was close, but Susie was a launch pad for this.
Yeah. Okay, so I only saw not a lot of 9s and 7s, so I'm gonna do 3d10. Okay, they're fine. And that was a total of 140 minus 5, 135. 5. So this, and then I just need to add the degrees of success. So nine, 67, 77. Eight. Okay, so my total number getting closer. So I'm only 3,000 off. So hopefully in a couple days How many more for your parry mastery stuff? Your pinnacle skill.
I believe. Well, that's not the pinnacle one. That's just mastery. Then I get to train normal parry.
You've been training normal parry, right?
No. This is parry mastery that I'm training.
You've So let's talk for a sec. Matt had you roll the 2 Gestalt rolls, right?
Yes.
You got your parry mastery from those
Yep.
2 Gestalt rolls.
Okay, that was parry mastery.
Yeah,
Yep.
and the number for the 10,000 you've been working on for progress
Okay.
is that pinnacle skill of normal parry.
Okay. I thought that they were both. Like I unlocked the ability to get parry mastery
Nope.
with the
You've
2 Gestalt.
already.
Okay, got it.
No, that just gives it to you.
Okay, then update. Hang on a second.
Yeah. And then all the progress towards parry, normal parry is it's all there for you.
Normal parry. Cool.
Mhm.
Yeah, because I thought that parry mastery was 10,000 as well, and I was just like, oh dear. Okay.
Oh no, mastery does not need to be that hard gained.
Sweet. So we're very close to the same amount of range for our stuff. Awesome.
Yeah. So let's see. We could do 21. If we wanted to do it day by day,
Yeah, we can do it day by day.
100 less than.
I'm taking another rest, by the way, for this the start.
Gotcha. So subtract 7 from this.
Yep.
14. And that's 14 successes. Clear this out. 14 times 27 yields plus 8451 yields. Eight, two.
I'm just going to do this week's worth of Mighty Neat.
Cool.
I've already done Mighty Neat once this week, but I will do it again. Say, Chung Po, I'm sorry, but I'm going to. I'll just let you know. This coming week, I'm going to take some time for myself, if that's all right. So I'll let you. In the morning that day, I'll let you do some swinging on the 4th day by yourself.
Okay.
But that doesn't affect your roles currently. That's just for the future roles coming up.
Understood.
So on the 4th morning, I will do morning prayer with fate bonds and continue to appreciate and love my goddess, and I'll kind of meditate and reminisce on uh, the movies that were made at on my home planets of about fate bonds and how glorious she is and yada yada. Just appreciating love of my goddess and kind of just taking that morning for myself of not doing anything productive. And yeah, okay, so first day done.
Yeah.
Second day, let's go.
You find yourself watching an old like an old TV show. It's called Antics in the Stars.
Antics in the Stars.
And you're like, oh, you don't remember it being, so well drawn. And you're like, and then you come to the realization, oh, you can't even access the audio or the media files because it's trapped behind red tape. But
Oh,
here
yeah.
it is. You're like, man, whatever, it's fun. Woo! Antics! And at first, Fate Bonds looks like they're a troublemaker, just causing all sorts of mayhem and mischief. But then it turns out they had a plan all along.
That's fate bonds for you.
Yes, and it all turns out for the better. And then the main characters get together and finally find their love for another, and happily ever after. But also mischief, as they finally are like, we can finally be together and reach our happily ever after. Fate Bonds is like, great! I have plans for you guys. To the stars!
To the stars. Oh, wonderful.
And they're like, Team Rocket blasting off again.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Perfect.
Yep,
My love grows stronger.
it's hilarious.
Okay. So that day's done. We can work on the next day if you'd like.
Yep. Do we rest for this one, or is it?
No, I
21?
was just resting for the beginning of that one.
Cool. 21.
I will be rolling my
Hey,
toughness
nope,
roll,
that
though.
one takes away, so it's 19 successes. Clear 19 times 27 yields 513.
I'm using Montage Hero to double a bonus for this toughness roll.
Oh my gosh, what?
So that's 101. And then 14.
Yeah, I knew it'd take about 2 to 3 days with this. Just like the math on it.
Yeah. Scared of math?
Not so much scared of math, just wishing that the I got more numbers.
No, it's all good. Eventually, you guys will accrue so much gosh dang numbers, you won't even know what to do with it. You'll be like, everything I do, I glance at it and it's done. Yeah. You guys generate way more progress per roll than the evening group, which is frightening. They just have cheat methods.
We went through the thing and we've done it so many times that, and now we're done. Wait, what? Yeah, like, you guys take like a month, and we do it in like a week.
Job's done.
Job's done.
Alrighty, that is 1 this time. And then I'm going to do another sandwich roll. Nice. And with that, I have reached my progress number of 104. For a no, I thought I did. I'm still off by. Oh, that's why. I'm still off by a day's, I'd say. So we can do another day if you're okay with that.
Sounds good. Hopefully, in regular day, no rest needed.
Nope. Yeah. Or I only have to do it really at the beginning of the week. So
Gotcha. 21. No special things. No 100s. That should do it. Clear.
oh, there's my double 9. Oh yeah, I'll take that.
Plus. Ow. Let's see. 9, 3, 4, 2.
Matt, are these droplets or are they points? They are droplets. Okay.
Yep. 1s and 100s can give you points.
Okay, but those are like double
Oh.
ones and whatnot. So yeah, that's
Yeah. They're pretty wild.
Exactly. Yeah.
One more DTS, I believe, should do it.
Sure. I'm just gonna count my 21 there. Just another 108. Right, Matt? I have 172 carryover, but I still need a catalyst, and I need to ruminate more on the teaching before I complete it anyway. What I'm going to do for myself for the catalyst is I'm going to finish off my sword tribulation. So I'm going to get it to tier 2 and then use that catalyst for my finish, because I think that would be pretty memorable for Savalair, especially with sword being in the name, and just finishing the first set. So yeah. In the meantime, I will work with Chung Po more. I'm not going to be doing Path of the Sword this time. I will be just training with you. So I guess I'll be working on. Yeah, I'll just finish this off with you. So whenever you're ready to finish those rolls.
Oh, 7 successes. Okay, 9909. Clear that. 7 times 27 yields 189. That does it. So that's all of it.
Sweetness.
I have Pinnacle Normal Parry done. And now normal swing will be 20,000.
Correct.
Okay.
So I see you finish, and I give you a clap and say, "Oh, good job, Chung Po. I don't think you're going to need me for the your swing. This is more of a personal journey, but you got this, fam."
Yeah.
So now the fun part for me. So there's one.
As a note, congratulations, William/Poe.
Yeah.
You have normal parry. What this means is if somebody else does not have an equally profound technique that can get around a profound defense, you always consider to have successfully parried if you choose to parry. You just do it. You don't even need to roll if you don't want to.
You can then combine that with your martial art or your
you
flow form, and make it even better. So just things to think about when the elder comes around.
Yeah. Now, the note: this does not help you overcome things that hit you through your defense. If they have an overwhelming level of strength, they can still knock you around. You get your sword in the way, but you're not able to deflect. It's basically a block at that point. But at least you got your weapon in the way. It also doesn't help with felling, which if you block it, you still take the felling damage. But you get your sword in the way. That's one of the most important pieces. Because certain swords are just like, as long as I'm in the way, magic happens. This also allows you to say if someone's literally makes it so that you can't succeed on a parry roll, but there's nothing profound about their attack, say they're just a major realm higher than you, you can still parry. Because at a certain level, if they're a whole major realm ahead of you, that means they've got like several magnitudes stacked of damage, and they also apply almost like several thousand in negatives to your defense because they're just that much more powerful. Profound techniques don't really care about that. You still get your sword in the way to parry. The damage, though, could be a problem. The strength difference, the power difference, and so on.
Just gotta make sure that my treeness is strong enough against whatever they got.
Now, tree can do these profound attacks, or like a normal swing and a normal parry, but it's not like normal stab would be way better for the tree because then it can siphon upon the attack as it pierced the body. Normal swing is just the tree's fucking battering them with a branch. It's more of a bludgeon hit for the tree.
Okay, I might take up stab then.
But it's still a really potent whap. Because tree buddy slaps.
Whap.
Whap. Yeah. Congrats on that though. That's very important. You will most likely get exactly the maximum amount of points you want on the defense because that's a big upgrade.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like you couldn't do anything before. Well, you definitely showed her that you can now. So
Yeah, really put in the effort.
I figured it out.
Then you just got to make some progress towards your offense or your swordsmanship. But after that, yeah, pretty good.
Awesome.
So,
yes.
while we're finishing off on this topic for this day, Matt, I'd like to spend another Destiny fragment on some more Fate-related things. On my last roll of the second last roll of the day, I rolled an 88 and a 44, both being doubles. They're not the same roll, but they're both doubles in the same advantage roll. So, yeah, I was thinking those would be fun as well. I was like, all right.
You can add that to your collection of Dow Droplet siphon
Wonderful.
rolls.
Those
Cool.
7 are for the 7 that we took that rest. And this is going to Path of the Sword.
Okay.
Cool. All right,
So-
Chunko, I'm going to be putting of my cultivation energy into my sword now. So I will talk to you shortly.
Good luck. You got this. And the number is 779.
Where are we in the week?
Yeah.
Like where are we on the progress track?
We
take a
technically
gander.
just did 2. Did we do 3 weeks? That's one day. That's 2 days. That was the we did 3 days in a DTS, and 3 days in a DTS from where we last were, which we were doing full weeks.
So last time we were month 4, week 2, day 5. So we did those 2 days.
Yep, we got
and
month
then-
4, week 3, day
Yeah.
1, and
then you did 140 rolls, which is a week,
Yep.
right? So that is
week 4, day 1.
in other words, week 4. Would that not mean we're at month 5 then, at week 4?
I believe so.
Yeah, so month 5, and then we did 2 days in a downtime scene.
Okay, so month 5, week 1, day 2, and DTS.
Yeah.
What are those? Whatchamacallit? Is it an alabaster? Abarast? The Chinese counting measurement thing. It's like a Chinese calculator, and it's like wooden, and you got little discs on things, and you like move them about.
Yeah, it's an A word. I think you're right. What have you said? I think it's like Alcabaz or something. Something along those lines.
Abacus.
Abacus.
No.
Yeah. So yeah, you're just gonna work on your um
Yes, for the rest would be Path of the Sword now.
yeah, Matt, when did
Yeah.
you want us to stop again?
Month 5, day 1 of week 3.
Okay, yeah, we still got time.
Day one
All
of week 3. Okay, so we are week 1, 2 days in. So 5 would be 2. Okay, so 12 days. Well, 11 days, 2 DTS. Gotcha. Okay. So for
So that doesn't make sense. That makes that's just 2 weeks. So the start of week 3, wouldn't that be 21 days total of the month?
in total for the month, yes, but we are slightly into the week already. We're 2
but
days in
but
DTS, and
2 days minus 21 isn't what you just said. It would be 19. So in other words, 18 2 DTS is what's left.
18 days and 2 DTS. Yeah, so I had a week off then. My bad.
Yeah.
18 days, 2 DTS. Okay, so just stick that to 21 or 18 times 21 plus 14 yields that many rolls. And so up slash R 392 D 100 less than I believe 86.
Nice.
Quite a few 100s in that.
I only see one though, unfortunately.
Yeah, 4 100s, 1 1, so 3. So take away 6 in total, 342. Clear that, 342 times 27.
Yeah, you really just smash that like button. Yeah. Just, like I'm doing all those weeks I'm doing.
I really shouldn't have done that, actually.
I was a little confused.
I
But
only needed 7,000. I just blew that out of the park.
yep, there you go.
Plus 779 yields. Okay, so we are at. Well, here, hold on. Scroll. That we are at 10,013.
So it wasn't too much over. So I
Yeah.
mean, yeah. So that's good.
So 3,000 will be going into stage 8. 3,013 are going into stage 8.
Are you still on stage 7? You mean?
Yes, and I blew past it.
Oh, okay.
And now
Because it was
for stage
13,000, you said that you had total?
it was like 10,013, and so 3,013 are going into overflow to stage 8. Granted, if I need a catalyst for this, then I just fill it up, but I don't know if the catalyst will be needed at stage 10.
Yeah. So the catalyst, pretty much everything after stage 6, you need a catalyst for to go forward.
Oh. What's a catalyst that qualifies for stage 7?
You don't have any combat experience, so I don't know where you'd get it besides maybe inside my sword vault, or
Okay.
I don't know, fighting bugs. I'm not sure, honestly.
Second. So if I had 3,013 excess progress divided by
Reinforcements is also a good thing.
Yeah, that would probably would have been good.
Especially with the
Strength.
opportunity thing, it makes your Gestalt training way
Much
more
easier.
likely to succeed.
Oh yeah.
I'm not following what you guys are saying. What?
So the methodology of training your reinforcements, you guys got some special books, but instead of training it like normal and having to build up catalysts, you just roll Gestalt instead.
Oh, okay.
And you just need to get passes equal to the level that you're trying to achieve.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, and for example, instead of sword training, you would have went on strength training. You did two twos in a row, which would have been 2 passes for your Gestalt rolls.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, right there.
But
I was
I
about
don't
to
know what you want to do now since you've already
made the roll.
Yeah, and you did
Well,
13,000 progress.
10,000 progress.
10,000. Okay.
Yeah. I'm slightly trying to figure out the backtrack of the remainder. So let's see. When I divided the 3,013 excess divided by the 27 progress per success, there's 111.592 repeating. So let's see, 0.6. So I'd round up to 112 just for math. On that would be the DTS, or not DTS, DTAs. So 111 or 112 DTAs over what I needed. That if I could backtrack that, that's DTAs. So and then I have 7 per day or 7 per DTS. So clear that. 12 divided by 7, 16 DTS divided by 3, 5 days. I overshot that by quite a bit, but 5 days and a third. If it's 5 and a third, then that means I have 5 days and one DTS to work with. Okay. Overshot. Locked. Subtracted. Roll. Retraced or redacted. Overfill. Roll. 5 days. 1 DTS. Alright. For now, I have 5 days in a DTS to try and do a Gestalt roll to get the catalyst I need.
Sounds about right.
Okay. Then it'd be less than 2. Every time that I succeed in a Gestalt roll of any sort, do I get, like, more? Or...
No.
No. Okay. So I'm still at 2%.
Those are those unique opportunities like with the the moon well that
Yeah,
you
no,
to
I
get
was...
more.
Okay, so that's, like, really hard to get more Gestalt, then.
Yeah, like we might get more Gestalt after defeating this enemy that we're going against, or some type of fight we're going to go. Who knows? Yeah, there's just situations like that that would happen.
Okay, so 5 days, and I'm trying to get less than 2. 16 DTS times 7.
And this is training as well, so you can get yourself another downtime action.
Right, yeah. So, okay, yeah, we're back at that math. Okay, so /R 112 D 100 less than 2. Let's see, I got one.
You do
There
have
wasn't
one.
a 100.
There is a 3 there, though. I see at the
There
very
is.
end. You could
And there's a
utilize.
4.
I wouldn't want to spend it all willy-nilly, but you might want to use the 4 to get your second one. You could do that. You could use some of your fate as well. Give some of your fate points on some of your bigger numbers, maybe.
See, I have not a whole lot. To get the 3 to a 2, it only cost me 1, and to get the 4 to a 2, it just money to make sure my math is right. To do what I think I want to do. Also, what would happen if I got 3?
If you got 3 successes, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, then you get the first and the second one, which is why I was suggesting it.
Yeah, then I'm doing that. Okay, so spending 3 opportunity. 3 for 2 and 2 create 2 successes. Alright. So, and that's 2, or a total of 3 catalysts gained, or only 2 catalysts gained?
No, 3.
3 catalysts gained.
And then you needed those 3 to get your first and second of strength. That's what you were working on, right? The strength one.
This was for stage 7, Path of the Sword, and I'm going down the flow form for doing a lot of parrying things.
All right, so I think we were on different wavelengths than what we were just talking about, because
Okay.
Path of the Sword wouldn't be using Gestalt in this case. We were talking about, like Matt was saying earlier, the books that give us reinforcements for our characters.
Those ones, okay.
Yeah, and those ones require Gestalt in order to move forward. We don't need the catalyst because those Gestalt rolls give us the catalysts.
Gotcha. That I think I already did then, because
I don't
that's
think
how
you
I
had
got.
for strength, unless you did.
I remember getting a fatigue bonus, like a large fatigue bonus in the rolls.
Okay, well, check your character sheet. How much do you have then?
Well, now I have 41. I've updated it, but before it was like 20 something, and I got 25. Let's see. Gain 2 strength reinforcement, plus 25 fatigue threshold, plus 1 physical empowerment. And that was 180 D100s less than 2, so that was a Gestalt of some sort. I got 4 successes on that one. That one was surprising.
Can you copy paste it into chat?
Yeah. Well, Here, a second. So I don't know what that one was for, but this is what I have from
If you
the.
need to take a screenshot, you can as well.
I just posted in
Yeah,
Riveth's
let's
wake.
do
Yeah,
that.
that works too.
Print
Windows
screen.
Shift S.
Wait, oh, Windows shit S?
Shift. Yes, yeah, that takes a screenshot. And then you can just drag it and then copy paste it. Control V.
And inverse ways. V. This is what I have from the roles. In there, I see the Gestalt roll, and then I had written down, oh, from those four, I got this. Which I think was when I was doing strength stuff. Because I think that was the one that we wanted to go through for me first.
Interesting. The physical empowerment, I'm just confused about. The fatigue threshold was the same in a sense. And we were doing this in the same session. I'm just. So you must have been working on it already. That's fine.
And I
But
can, like,
the last thing I remember from Matt saying is that it wasn't physical empowerment, it was its own thing called. Fuck, what was that called again? I already talked about it today. It's not tireless. It's
Untiring.
untiring. Yeah. So,
okay.
but yeah, I'm confused. What is that physical empowerment supposed to be? It must be what that is. But if it was at the second one, you think you'd have two instead of just one, unless. I wonder what that's supposed to be.
I'm fairly certain, what was it? Casey was just like, hey, try this book. And because he had already found the secrets of it. And so I
Well,
was
this
just
is
like,
fine
oh,
because it works both ways. Because you need 3 catalysts for your next one, so you'd be at the third one if this is the case.
okay.
Um, and I thought it was what was it again? Plus 15 each time? Which one was that again?
Which one?
The strength.
The stat caps?
Yeah, it's plus 15 to fatigue every time for the tiers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I don't know why you have plus 25 though. That's the thing that I'm confused about.
I wish I knew why, but I just know that I'm not sure if I was training fatigue or if I was mentioning, hey, my fatigue is like nothing. And,
If you already have plus 25 from somewhere, it means you probably trained it or gained an effect and that's what you chose. But each
Yeah.
tier is plus 15, and you also get 1 level of untiring.
Yeah.
So it'll
And
continue
also
to
the
further
the
increase.
initial, which is, let me just copy paste it for you because this is important. You should have this. In this case, it would be tier 3, but you should have tier 2.
I can get tier 1 and 2 for him if you'd like.
Oh, you know what? It was probably physical empowerment. Maybe that's what that plus 1 physical. Yeah, that's probably what it was. In other words, physical Dow resilience tier 2. Maybe that's what that probably was then. Yeah. So grants, in other words, at your third one, it would be times 4 your strength bonus to physical attacks. Grants strength bonus times 4 to lift, push, pull, and throw.
okay.
Or maybe because the first one would be strength bonus, second one would be times 2. So yeah, maybe it is times 2 for me and not 3. It's probably I need to put that to 2.
Should write
But
this down
yours would be the
somewhere.
times 3 though, because you would grant another one the first time, and then the second one would be times 2, and the third one would be times 3. Yeah, that's what it is.
C, Control V. So I'm at. Am I at tier 1 strength then? Or am I at tier 2 strength?
You should now be at tier 3.
Whoa!
If
Okay.
what we're looking at is correct, and you already had gained 2 strength reinforcement,
Okay. Yeah.
and you had 4 successes in that 180 under 2. The first one would have been the first one, and then 2 for the second, and then you have 1 carryover from the third.
Gotcha. Okay.
So now, if this is the case, I wouldn't use your opportunity on the fourth one, on the 4, those 2 opportunity. I would just keep the 3 and the 2 to get yourself to the third. That's just my opinion. You can do it if you want to, but I feel like it's a wasted opportunity.
Right. Well, I wish there was a way that I could go back and edit.
There is. You can go back and you can listen to the audio if you'd like, just to see what happened.
No, I meant in my role where I wrote down 3 opportunities spent to create 2 more successes. Just like, let me just scrub that.
Oh yes, I agree. You should be able to edit. Matt can remove it, easy peasy. But yeah, I wish you could edit the chat log for what you sent.
For right now, I will just. I guess I'll just keep it, whether wasted or not. All good. I have it.
Okay, up to you.
I really have to use the restroom. We're kind of close to end of the session. Were we wanting to do anything more, or?
I think it's not close to the end of the session. It's only been 4 hours and 16 minutes. I know what you mean by end of start, because usually we would have started at 10, but we didn't start for another 20 minutes or so, right? So
Yeah, I do apologize there.
that's fine. So if you want to get off at that point, that's fine. I'll just finish my stuff up.
Yeah. I might once for me. Well, once those 20 minutes pass, I probably will because kids kind of need me. But
Of course, yeah, no, that's why we started early anyway. So that's fine.
yeah, I do apologize, but I'll be
good.
right back.
Okay, so for me, Matt, I have a question for you. As I sit down, I'm going to do 2 DTS of cultivation into my sword. I would like to know, when I take out the superior Heaven and Earth crystal, how much bonus that is when I'm
1,000.
doing 1,000. Okay, it is 1,000. All right. Now, second question: if I'm using montage hero and I can
Yep.
double a bonus, can I use that towards that 1,000?
You can, but it'll really fuck you up.
Okay. Okay.
That is a huge amount of energy.
Yeah. All right. That's interesting, because I was just wondering if it was more
You'll
mechanical or the
need
narrative.
reinforcement tier 10 to double a superior crystal or higher.
Okay.
Without any
So
diff.
yeah. Is that like a cumulative effect? So
Toughness.
like just for toughness? Okay. Yeah.
Just toughness.
All right.
If
'Cause
you
I
can
was
get
thinking it
toughness up to tier 10, you can start doubling the bonuses from superior crystals or higher on rolls.
Nice. Okay. All right.
Without effects.
That's that would be good for lower ones if I had them, but I only have more just superior.
So the 1,000 is for a single roll or a single bonus. It doesn't.
I thought it was
extend
for
to-
the I thought it was for the 6 rolls, so it's not for the 6 rolls.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, for the one meditation. Correct.
Yeah.
So do be careful when you use that, because that's
Hey, I'm
a
glad
lot
I
of
asked.
bonus, but you're
that is a
channeling
good.
it.
Yeah.
You might want to use the high grade ones after that.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So 1,000 for the 6, and then but that should get you to the prerequisite maximum that you're looking for.
Yeah, I think I like that a lot.
Yeah. But those crystals, there's a reason why they're so valuable.
100%. Like 1,000 is 100 degrees, which is usually what you need to go to the next level, right? So, okie dokie. So I'm going to do that and put into my arming sword. I'm also going to do. First thing I wanted to do, though, no, let's just do the 6. I'm going to do those influence rolls. +1 plus 30. But I'm going to do it through my attribute stuff. Let's do a new one. Add, edit. Perfect. So for my first 6 rolls, using the crystal, consuming it, plus 100 to the bonus. To the last one, I'm going to double even further beyond and adding it to that bonus instead to supplement it. Because I'm not getting that 1,000 bonus attached. And I should probably not add any more on bonus, especially if I'm using a crystal as a substitute. So I'm just going to click that, and then I'm going to roll my first one. Not bad. Not bad at all. But I need to not drop lowest one, drop highest one. And I'll do that for my next. Shoot, Matt, what is that command again for the highest one? I thought it was H.
Drop
D8.
highest one. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought
Drop
it was,
highest and drop DL1, DH1.
but if I try DH1, oh, it did work that time.
I returned.
Two,
Welcome back.
two. Okay. Now what am I missing? DH. Zero to 9. No.
Well, it's getting rid of your dice. You need to roll more dice.
Oh no. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm looking at my I'm looking at this command right here. You don't see that. Can I do this? Okay. No, you don't see it. Okay. That one before though. Why did so DH. That says expected 0 to 9, but H not found. Okay. That's fine. It's not that big a deal. Fuck. Go ahead, William. I'm gonna try and figure this out. If you wanted to go and do something while, because you wanted to end here shortly anyway for yourself.
Gotcha. So we let's see. I spent all that to get those gestalt. we are at the time where the uh elder comes back.
No.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
The
I'm
elder.
not. Or maybe you are. Maybe that's the thing. Yeah, maybe you are
Yeah.
because you did a lot of rolls.
Yes. I did a lot of
Um,
rolls to get to.
So I guess the question is, are you at the third week?
I believe so.
So okay. So that means you don't have any more to do then.
Yeah.
Okay. That's pretty good though. You got normal swing, right? Finish that.
They're normal parry. But yeah.
Okay, you just finished normal parry. You don't have but I guess you really don't need swing as much. You were really worried about your defenses.
I do need a catalyst then for and I got the other catalyst for the strength one because there was confusement there, but we're there. So before I take tier 7, I have to fight.
you need a sword catalyst, yeah.
Yeah.
You could maybe put influence into another one of these swords. Like swords aren't real, for example. Maybe if you finish doing that one and got that to tier 2, maybe another sword catalyst would pop up. Like that's maybe an option of things that could happen. Um, or like I suggested, the sword treasury, the vault might be able to get you something from there as well. A good fight. Um, but yeah, you're kind of stuck for now.
Yeah. Well,
Mhm.
or I'm at the time, then we will sit and wait, I guess. Go right ahead.
Okay, okay. Let's see if I can try it again this time. Just kind of doing that here. That one previous worked, so I'm kind of confused on why the other one didn't. There it goes. Okay, there's 2 done. I then go for rest. I'm going to do some math. So that's this much influence.
Okay.
Which is in this case a D10 for um, the medium grade. Don't get it, and then a 9 D10 for the lows, and that's 3 there. So 3 low. Then after that, I go back, and I'm going to then spend another crystal. This will be my third one. Then I spend another crystal. And then I spend another crystal. Okay. So that's 3. I've used 5. So, question, Matt. If we have sword energy already in the sword, does that mean it doesn't require as much influence, or is that just more foundation for the sword? I guess that's the question I'm going to ask. Is
You're building
um,
foundation for the sword.
okay, so any extra should be written down, like a total amount of sword energy that's put into it, for example. So if I do
Well,
10,000 influence and I put in 3 extra mediums sword energies into it, like that should be written down, right?
the mediums, yes, but it can no longer absorb the low grade ones once you're in the
For the second class, right?
the second class. It no longer
Yeah.
can absorb those.
So
The-
the more low grade I put into it in the beginning is important then, eh?
No, that just helps you speed it up
Okay. So
because you can either use it as a resource to develop something of a low grade variety, or
okay.
it can be used to speed up the instead of having to dump influence in it, which is a much more efficient method.
Mhm.
It can be used to cultivate it. But
Okay.
the better methodology was to use those crystals to give it features.
Yeah, and that's what I was hoping to do. I mean, I don't mind putting extra influence and time into it if I can better empower the sword. That's what I was hoping to do.
Sure.
Um,
Yeah.
Okay.
You just record it for now, and we'll go
Yeah.
to a tier 2 vessel because I think you accomplished it.
No, I haven't yet. No.
Oh my gosh!
Those 5. I'm just writing down the totals now. So 1204, 07, 08. The interesting, if I could do a macro that adds up the numbers instead of me having to write them down. And I'm not really that much of a math whiz to mental math this, or at least I don't want to. But using the crystals is the most efficient method available to us currently, because I had to take more rests with doing more fatigue. Um, so here's my current count, which means another /r 3d10. Then /r 27. Sorry. That's incorrect. What was my first one again? Yeah, 143. So I was doing every 2, so it would be 2 of those, and then 18. So 18d10. And then another 3 low. Okay. And I will continue on this journey here. So William, you heading out now?
Yeah. I think that's the best idea for right now. Hope
Yeah,
you
get
all
yourself
have
some
a good one.
lunch. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you for all the help and helping me get parry mastery or normal parry.
Of course. You helped me along my way as well. Nice to have a sparring partner.
Woot woot. Hopefully we don't die in the 6th month. All
Well,
right, later, everybody.
that's the plan.
Later. Thanks for
Okay,
playing,
Matt.
guys.
Do you want to stop here then?
Yeah, let's stop here.
Okay.
Uh,
We currently did 4 hours and 36 minutes.
I could write down
And
exactly where you guys are in the training.
good call. William is currently at the max for before the Sword Elder,
Mm-hmm.
and I am not at his point. I did when we first started. It was 18 days, 2 DTS.
Nice.
I've done until sorry, so 18 days until, and I just did 5 DTS. I did 7 DTS so far, so I still have like 15 days, I'd say. But Casey has a lot more. He has almost a month's worth of close to, yeah, I'd say almost a month's worth of stuff to do. But good shit. We got lots of progress. So fast, so furious. All right, I'll stop the recording.